Paul was looking for you? Did you just see? Oh, okay.
This time we're going to call to order the meeting of November 18th, 2019. Do we have any comment cards for public comment or closed session?
I have no cards, Mr. Mayor.
City Attorney, do you want to make an announcement before we go into closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the council so moves, the council will adjourn to closed session to discuss the items agendized for closed session discussion. Number one, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation per Government Code Section 54956.9B, two potential cases, and conference with legal counsel pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9A, existing litigation, one case, Building Industry Association versus City of Hollister, which is San Benito Superior Court case number 19-00028. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
I move.
you.
Go to closed session.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries.
What's that? What stuff? Oh, yeah. I gotta do the next one.
Resume the meeting of November 18th, 2019. Councilmember Lenore, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready, salute.
Thank you. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Present.
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Here.
Mayor Velazquez.
Here.
Councilmember Spencer.
Here.
Councilmember Lenore. Acting City Manager Miller. City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
Police Chief Westrick.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of November 18th, 2019 was posted on the bulletin board on November 15th, 2019 at 4:56 p.m. per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you very much. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The report of our closed session is the City Council discussed in closed session those items agendized for closed session discussion, and direction was given to staff. The City Council adjourned from closed session at 6:25 p.m.
Thank you very much. We're going to move to the consent agenda. Is there any speaker cards or any comments from council? Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr.
Is
Mayor.
there a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
To the motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Before we move on to item B, there's been a request to move item G3 and G4 forward. Chief, I think you're G3.
Correct, G3. I would like to call up Jonathan Ingram from Novak Consulting Group to present the public safety staffing study.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Council. Very happy to be here this evening to review our findings from a police staffing and organizational assessment. Just quickly, I'll introduce myself. My name is Jonathan Ingram. I'm a project manager with the Novak Consulting Group. With me as well as my colleague Denise Sellers. Denise has over 30-plus years in law enforcement and relatively recently retired as the chief in Gilroy, so she's obviously very familiar with the area. Denise and I have worked together on a number of projects. Actually, she used to be a client, so she was part of the project team. I have Denise along to help answer any questions you all may have. Just a little bit about the Novak Consulting Group before we begin. We are a local government consulting firm, so the firm is comprised of people who have worked in city or county government in one capacity or another. My background with the firm, about 4 years, 5 years with direct city government, about 14 years in consulting. My focus in the consulting area is largely public safety work. So I've completed law enforcement studies in over 40 different communities, ranging from communities of 2 part-time police officers to Aurora, Colorado, which is a community of 500,000 people and almost 1,600 officers. So a lot of varied experience, but that's generally kind of the background of the firm. Our firm has 3 focus areas. There's strategic planning, so we help governing bodies define what they want their communities to look like over a 5-10-year framework. Executive search, so we help with recruitments for city managers, department directors, that kind of thing. And then organizational assessment, and that's really kind of 80%, the bulk of our work, and those are process improvement studies, staffing studies, kind of what we're talking about today. So with that in mind, we were brought in so just a quick overview of the conversation this evening, give you a quick overview of what we were brought in to accomplish, the questions we were tasked with answering, review our key analysis and recommendations. In total, we had about 19 recommendations. I'm not going to hit every one of them, but I'll hit the highlights for you all this evening, and I'll, of course, give you an opportunity for questions and discussion. And I'll also say, if you have a question as we're going along, feel free to stop me. Happy to answer it in that format. So in terms of the project purpose, we were brought in really with two goals in mind. The first is just to conduct a broad organizational review of the police department, looking at policies, procedures, technology, to identify if there are opportunities for improved efficiency or effectiveness. And the second sort of broader question for us was to look at staffing requirements within the community. You all have had some growth in your community. So we took a really data-based approach to identifying what staffing needs might exist today within the context of current workload, as well as staffing needs sort of within anticipated patterns of growth. So we looked at staffing and workload patterns, but we also looked at organizational structure and technology, process, those things that can have the potential to increase staff capacity without necessarily adding personnel, okay? So our approach is sort of multifaceted. The first thing that we do is we interview personnel. So we spent time talking with folks within the police department to make sure that we had a clear understanding of how they were structured, how they went about their day-to-day assignments, and what their views in terms of what's working well, as well as the constraints and the day-to-day operation. So that's kind of the fact-finding part of our work. The next thing that we did is we spent really several weeks completing data-based analysis and really diving into your emergency calls for service, diving into your crime patterns, making sure that we understand what those constraints are, what those workload drivers are in your community, so that as we built a staffing profile for the police department and structured recommendations with respect to staffing, they were designed to specifically address your constraints and your issues in your community. So one of the things we pride ourselves on is we don't really provide cookie-cutter type approaches. We use best practices. We use benchmarking where it's relevant, but our focus is really to pay close attention to the needs in this particular community and build recommendations that apply specifically to you all. So kind of moving into the analysis and recommendations. So just a couple general observations. One of the things that we observed is really a relatively high level of morale within the agency and a lot of pride of work, really each of the officers that we spoke with. There's a lot of pride, especially in the ability to multitask. It being a small agency, officers wear a lot of different hats, and I think there's really a sense of pride within the department. That's something that bubbled up in our conversations, and really an interest in doing good work for the community. A lot of positive attitudes, a lot of positive approaches. But of course, this is a study, this is an organizational assessment, and there are some opportunities for improvement, some opportunities to generate resources. So in total, as I mentioned, we had 18 total recommendations. There's really 4 key areas. So the 3 major buckets for most police departments are patrol, investigations, and support services. So that's really the tripod. Each of those areas are really critically important to a fully functioning, efficient, effective police department. But of course, the city of Hollister has a little bit of an odd arrangement in that you all also provide animal control services to the county. So that is the 4th bucket in this particular case. So we'll talk a little bit about your animal control relationship and some potential recommendations as well. So kind of the meat and potatoes of many of the staffing studies as it really relates to patrol. That's where most of your sworn personnel are allocated, and that has the highest dollar value impact. And it's also the officers that your residents or visitors in the community are going to experience on a most consistent basis, right? So as we look at patrol, we think about it from a philosophical perspective first. So it's clear that the department has a general commitment to community policing values. So when you think about community policing, it's building relationships in the community. It's engaging in a proactive way to have positive impact and to prevent crime. But they're not clear defined objectives in terms of what proactive policing ought to look like. So I want to just take a minute to talk about what proactive policing and community policing actually mean for a community. So there's really 3 buckets of responsibility for an average patrol officer. There's administrative work, there's report writing and the administrative work associated with that. There's responding to calls for service. So when someone calls 911, those dispatch calls for service, and that's a big part of the workload. But then there's proactive policing, okay? And proactive policing is really it's the unstructured capacity for officers to engage in targeting problem areas, for officers to engage in community events and building community relationships, to focus on traffic enforcement during problem periods, right? So it's that capacity that's necessary to really proactively prevent crime within the community. Our approach to analyzing what patrol staffing needs ought to be centers around making sure that there's sufficient capacity for proactive policing in community. Now, we're fortunate in that the International Association of Chiefs of Police has established a guideline that says, kind of as a rule of thumb, a third of an officer's time should be allocated to that admin work, a third toward calls for service, and a third toward that officer-initiated activity, that proactive and community policing, right? So we're able to complete an analytical process to define what staffing is needed in order to meet that 33% target in your specific cases. Now, one thing that I do want to mention is that 33% it's a benchmark, it's a national benchmark and a guideline, but ultimately you all as a governing body, with the advice, and help from your chief, are going to have to work to define what your specific standard is in this community. So we have made a recommendation that you all work to identify your own proactive policing target. Our analysis is based on the 33% because that's a national best practice and it's a useful guideline. But that would ultimately represent a service level improvement, a service level change for you all, because I'll tell you, before I get into the details, you're not staffed to provide 33% at this time, okay? So just some overview. One of the things that we also look at as we pay attention to patrol staffing is your overtime use. About $420,000 in overtime. So part of what we look at is as you sort of adjust what your full-time staffing levels are, how might that impact overtime. Overtime is a difficult thing to really reliably predict. It's so contingent upon leave usage. It's contingent upon vacancy rates. But there may be an opportunity to drive some of those overtime costs down with the addition of personnel as well. The other interesting thing, and this is not unique to Hollister, but it is relatively uncommon in policing, is that patrol officers in Hollister, I mentioned those 3 buckets of work: admin, calls for service, and proactive policing. Patrol officers in Hollister take on a 4th bucket as well. They complete investigations for property crimes. So they perform an investigative function. So that's an interesting twist. So as we look at what patrol staffing needs are in Hollister, it's sort of inextricably linked to what your detective staffing needs are as well. So kind of think about that context as we try to weave this together. So fundamentally, again, we evaluated your staffing needs to answer that question. How many patrol officers are needed to meet that 33% target? But we also looked at a number of different schedule configurations. Right now, your patrol officers are on a 12-hour shift schedule. That tends to be the more efficient schedule, efficient from a sense of it requires the fewest number of officers, but there's some constraints and challenges associated with it, and it doesn't always pair very well with what your workload profile is. But we did look at what the schedule alternatives, both 12, a few other alternatives, which I'll touch on. And then we also, again, as I mentioned, focused on investigations and how that might impact your patrol staffing needs as well. So here's just a quick snapshot. This is 1 year of data. This is 2018 calls for service. The red line is your average weekday, Monday through Thursday. The green line is your average weekend. So this is a relatively common profile. You all get busy pretty much at 7 a.m. and stay busy till about 8, 9 p.m. You do have a pretty significant jump. If you look to the far left of the figure, you'll see the green line starts pretty high there at 12, 1, 2 a.m. on Saturday and Sunday, on Friday, Saturday night. So you do have some weekend traffic that has some impact on workload, and that has an impact on what the most sort of the best shift schedule is in terms of your workload profile. So the schedules that we took a look at, we looked at the current 12, obviously. We looked at a 10-hour schedule, an 8-hour, a 10-12 hybrid that provides a 10-hour structure as well as 12-hour weekend schedule to help accommodate that workload, and an 11-hour fixed as well. And kind of identified the number of personnel that would be required in order to hit that 33% target under each of those alternatives. So this is a summary table of the staffing needs under each of those areas. So I want to focus on the first 2 rows to start. So current staffing, right now the budgeted staffing is 14 police officers actually assigned to patrol, okay? Just to meet leave requirements, to make sure that you have sufficient personnel in order to make sure that people can take vacation and sick leave without an onerous use of overtime, there's a need for 2 additional personnel. So that's what's called a staffing factor. When you try to fill one position, so there's say a 12-hour shift, it takes more than actually one person to fill that shift because you have to accommodate for normally occurring leave. Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but just so I know where the baseline is on this, we recently approved but have not hired, I believe, 2
Traffic
additional officers for traffic patrol. Is it right?
This was done before.
Are they in there?
They are not. This is done before your current budget process.
Thank you very much.
Yes. Okay.
But just to be clear, that wouldn't really change the dynamics here because those are just going to be dedicated to traffic enforcement only. So you're looking at
In terms of
two
minimum,
for
yeah, in terms of
patrol
minimum
to
patrol
help.
staffing, correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's correct. And the other thing that's a challenge is that as officers, gain more tenure, they move from 2, 3, 4, 5 years. The amount of leave that they're able to take, vacation leave increases, so that staffing factor kind of grows. You solve one problem, and if you're able to eliminate problems with retention and turnover, you sort of run into another problem as you have to staff more officers in order to cover that vacation, right? So looking at your current 12-hour schedule, to meet that 33% target, you would need an additional 5 officers, 5 police officers to go into your current schedule. Now, that schedule configuration requires the fewest number of additional officers, but it doesn't pair very well. It creates, with your particular workload profile, it creates periods where you have a lot of excess capacity, and then peak periods, especially on weekends, where you're sort of understaffed to meet that 33% target. So it's a move in the right direction, right? It's a more cost-effective kind of approach, and maybe can be viewed as sort of an initial step before you start moving to implement other shift configurations. We looked at we also looked at the 12-10, the 8, the 10, and the 11-hour. Each of those require basically the same number of officers. The 12-10 requires 8. With one sergeant, the other 3 require 7 patrol officers with 2 sergeants. Those schedules are interesting in that one of the benefits of a 12-hour schedule is that it only requires 4 shift teams, which means you need 4 supervisors essentially. But the other schedule configurations require 6 shift teams typically. So it adds a supervisory requirement, which kind of creates some inefficiency there. But fundamentally, the 12-10 schedule is what pairs best with your particular workload profile. It's a really useful schedule. Gilroy actually uses a similar schedule. They like it. It kind of provides both a 12-hour option, which some officers like, and then a 10-hour, which others like. So there's some benefits to the officers with respect to the schedule, but obviously it would be a bit more cost-effective to move in that direction. So that's broadly speaking on the patrol side, what the staffing requirements would be to hit 33%. Again, the thing that I want to emphasize is, if you're moving toward sort of ultimately changing your shift configuration, you can add personnel into your existing schedule and gain improvements, right? Which will serve the agency. And then, of course, this slide, you all have already addressed this. We've made a recommendation to dedicate some additional attention toward traffic enforcement. That creates some eligibility for grant funding as well through the state, which is great, potential to offset that cost. But as we talk to officers and as we looked at what your workload patterns are, traffic offenses have really almost doubled over the past 5 years. So that's really an area to really dedicate some additional attention to, especially given the geography. You're bisected by major transportation corridors. So. Okay, now on the investigation side, as I mentioned, what we focus on the patrol side is creating proactive policing capacity. You can't really create proactive policing capacity without taking some of the investigative workload away from patrol officers. So fundamentally, we have recommended adding 1 more detective within investigations to focus on property crimes, with the goal of really twofold: providing that dedicated focus, but generating some additional capacity on the patrol officer side to focus on that proactive policing. Now, one thing that I want to mention is we wouldn't recommend that you completely get patrol officers out of the investigation game, so to speak. It's good experience. It builds a well-rounded skill set. One of the things that your patrol officers value is that sort of that being able to wear multiple hats. It's a great professional development tool, so it should stick around in some capacity, but it should be limited. The emphasis, the core responsibility of patrol is proactive and community policing, responding to calls for service, and administrative work. Okay, so try to focus on those core efforts. The other thing that we've recommended is just some recommendations in terms of data collection and reporting within investigations, some specific performance metrics that can be collected internally and also reported to you all as a governing body to give a snapshot of kind of progress on cases. And we've also, as I mentioned, we want to keep patrol officers engaged in investigations, but we also want to make sure that there's a consistent process being followed with each patrol officer. So establishing a random audit process through investigative procedure, not as a punitive measure, but just as a quality control measure would be something that would be useful in the particular context of this community. Now, support services, this is an area that's really very often overlooked in policing. And as you think about adding police officers, that generates additional records workload. It generates additional clerical workload. So this is something to pay really very close attention to, as you start to add sworn positions. Don't forget the civilian folks, right? One of the things that we've recommended is considering to add a full-time police services officer to the records unit. When we began this work, the beginning of the year, really, middle of the year, we started to wrap it up. The department recently hired an administrative services manager who oversees the records technicians. This is essentially your records personnel. Records personnel are really critical. They handle much of the report routing. They deal with many of the requests from the district attorney. They do a lot of information queries and coordinate directly with the dispatch personnel as well. So this is really a critical function. One of the records clerks at the moment, and I'll call them records clerks in a generic fashion, but police services officers, sort of serves as the office manager for the department. We've recommended that you pay close attention to how there's some workload within some backlog within records as well. So we've recommended paying attention to that and potentially creating a full-time support services position so that records person can actually dedicate attention toward records. That's something we've identified for monitoring going forward, and it will be really important to not lose sight of. We've made some recommendations in terms of technology to enable all of the PSOs as well as patrol officers to access CLETS. CLETS is essentially a national database that can be used to query licenses. It's the conduit that connects policing agencies throughout the state, and it's a really critical information sharing tool. So just creating the ability for records clerks, for your PSOs, and for your police officers to quickly access that. Right now, it's only accessible through one terminal that all of the PSOs share. So that's just a process improvement. There's some training that's required. There's some certifications, but not entirely costly in terms of time, but which no one has, of course. Okay. The other area that we've recommended is linking the records management system and the CAD system together. Right now, there's no technology crosswalk, which means there's a lot of duplicative data entry. So when a call comes in to the dispatch center, they enter the call information in. When it comes into the records management system, they have to enter it in all over again, right? So it's just a time-consuming activity that's really not necessary. So some effort should be made to integrate those systems. We've recommended some staffing adjustments as well in property and evidence management. This is an area also that can often be overlooked, but it's a high risk area. This is something that has to be done right all of the time, and there's a high risk associated with doing it incorrectly. There's one multi-services officer who is responsible for evidence and property management. There's a loss of there's a risk in terms of a loss of institutional knowledge, but there may be some capacity also the other challenge is the detective sergeant also backfills for this position. So when this position, who has tenure in the organization, takes their leave, the detective sergeant, who is responsible for managing investigators as well as completing investigations, is managing property and evidence. That's not an efficient and effective use of a sworn investigator's time, especially a key supervisory position. Okay. And we've also recommended just some process improvements in terms of creating a self-inspection and audit program within the evidence room. There's some state programs that are available. There's not a clear issue. I want to kind of add that. There's not a clear issue in terms of evidence security or anything like that. This is just a useful program to adopt as a routine process that's engaged in every year, every couple of years, to make sure that processes and policies remain up to date. On the animal control side, so this is a really interesting relationship. A city providing animal control services to a county. We had an opportunity to meet with your animal control officers as well as visit your facilities, and obviously look at the cost share agreement and the methodology. Right now, and I know you all recently executed a contract with the county. I believe in October is what I'm told. So So much of this has been addressed, I believe, but what we really focused on is revising the cost share methodology to make sure that there's clear expectations about when sheriff's deputies respond to animal control calls in the county, just from a safety perspective. So building some of that into your contractual relationship, and also tracking labor hours so you can really document the amount of time. You know, a county call takes 60, 75% more time, sometimes more than a city call. So really documenting, it's not just about number of calls, it's about the labor hours that are required to accomplish the tasks associated with those calls, right? So creating some mechanisms to track and report that. Fortunately, the department was already ahead of the game on that. In early 2019, they implemented an improved data collection system for animal control, which should get you the information that you need after a solid year of data collection. So. We also made some recommendations about creating management supervisory capacity in animal control. Right now, your animal control supervisor is also an animal control officer. There are a lot of volunteers who work within animal control. So creating some consistent supervision in the center because of the diversity of programs and the diversity of people under all sorts of conditions of duress, frankly, that come into to the animal control facility. It's really, I think, a kind of an ideal practice to have a manager there. A couple options, you know, if you're shifting some responsibility to deputies and decreasing workload in terms of animal control calls, if you can make that that position sort of an in-house sort of position that doesn't really go on the field, that's one option. The other option, of course, is to add an additional animal control officer to create that capacity. So on the organizational structure side, we made some recommendations with respect to the training sergeant, the goal being to transfer some of the administrative duties, fleet and facilities specifically, and community service officer supervisory responsibilities into the training sergeant's plate. So this really is a move to sort of take some of the supervisory responsibility away from the detective sergeant to make sure that that span of control is reasonable. This could be, we felt that this could be absorbed, these duties could be absorbed under the training sergeant under a reasonable supervisory ratio. And also kind of provides a little bit of bandwidth to start to consider whether or not in the future an administrative lieutenant, a higher level, broader administrative sergeant type position ought to be developed. So that's a potential area for the future. We haven't specifically identified it as a recommendation, but I do want to mention it as a potential area as your workload continues to grow. We've also took a look at the command structure. So, you know, we spent a lot of time benchmarking how other communities in California of similar size structure their command hierarchy. The department is currently structured with a chief, captain, and 2 lieutenants. We've essentially made a recommendation to basically directly connect the operations and support services admin lieutenants to the chief, to essentially eliminate a layer. That may require, again, that administrative sergeant type position, that administrative lieutenant position, but also potentially converting those operations and support services lieutenant positions into captain level positions to really reflect the additional administrative workload associated with those responsibilities and essentially the elimination of the captain position. With that, just a quick overview. You know, obviously there's a big price tag on this, right? And the governing body, you all have the very difficult task of identifying the resources that might not exist to meet a need that does exist. The total price tag is about $1.8 million and about 11 total positions. I will say we've provided some prioritization guidance with respect to the chief, to the police department. And this isn't something that can reasonably expected to be bitten off all at once. We've tried to outline some of the kind of the approach that I might take with respect to patrol staffing in terms of adding personnel into your existing schedule and eventually transitioning to the other schedule. But so this isn't something that should be that is reasonably accomplished in 1 year, but it does provide a good strategic framework and I think a clear data-based perspective on what your workload is and how best to structure your department to meet that workload. You all, as a governing body, have the privilege to make the decisions as to what service level ought to be and what service level you are willing to fund. We've identified some service level improvements here. We've identified some resource needs based on workload from our perspective, based on national guidelines. And hopefully this will provide you all with a decent strategic framework going forward as you wrestle with these difficult resource decisions. So,
Well, thank you for that report.
you bet.
Do we have any comments or questions from council? You do? Chief, go ahead.
So you've heard the recommendations from the Novak Consulting Group. This should be looked at as a template framework for future building of this agency. You've seen recommendations from Patrol Division, Investigation Support Services, Animal Control, and of course Administration as well. Some of these recommendations have already been implemented. This body is actually reading some of those things, like such as the job unit and recently the mobile services officer as well. Recommendation for wider flex access is also something we're working on as well. And of course, auditing the evidence room, and that could be provided by the state as well. One of the things that you hear tonight, that you saw in the report itself, was the recommendation to transition body worn camera, the car camera footage, the cloud expedite, evidentiary access to the district attorney's office. We're making moves to do that now. And then, of course, as you heard earlier, tracking shared costs for animal control is something we're ongoing right now as well. Other recommendations that are addition to this are before we implement those. One things that take a little time is obviously the cost of those things. It's our intention to look at each individual recommendation and propose those changes to staff additions to the most efficient level. The goal at the end of the day for us to first get to that 33% proactive target goal, and then move on from there. Take your questions now.
Thank you. Question from council? Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. Thank you for the report. I appreciate it. Obviously, it wasn't in your report, so you weren't asked to look at it, but I don't know if you do this part of the analysis for public safety. Do you do a retention analysis? Look at our staff, how we stack up concerning retaining our employees compared to the average or whatever the area. Is that, if you needed to do that under a contract, do you do that kind of work?
We do, yes.
I thank you very much.
Councilmember Lenore?
There was a great comment. I spoke to Chief earlier briefly. I love the police department. I think the community deserves a great police department. They already have a great police department, but they need more people. It's my opinion. But the issue is always unfilled positions. So I want to know, we always talk about it, we can't get them filled. I want to know how we can get them filled and incorporate this study. But I think if we can't fill them, what good does it do to budget for them? That's my concern. I want to know how we fix that. We
Okay.
got to get a better wage. We got to get more benefits. We need housing. What helps that situation? Because you can make all the positions in the world, but if you don't have people applying for them, that's really to me, that's the bottom problem. I want to help in that area, Chief. I want to know what we can do to make it more attractive so you can get people applying.
Probably all those things.
Yeah, well, that's why I'm willing to be proactive. It's my opinion that this city has made great strides in sales tax, which funds the general fund, the 101 fund. That's where the police department's funding out of. It's above projections, Measure E and Measure W, which are the 1% sales tax. I think the community was clear in their wanting of public safety was the #1 thing they wanted those general fund dollars directed to. So I wanted to tell Chief that I very much wouldn't mind using some added funds. Sorry, Brett. Wouldn't mind using some added funds out of 101 because the projections are so high and we haven't even opened our new commercial complex. It's only going to get better. So I'm willing to work with the chief, but I'd like to solve the retention as well as the new hiring. Echoing Marty. Thank you.
So, Councilmember Resendez?
Just really quick, you had mentioned that this is a comprehensive report. You had mentioned that there was some priorities that you had forwarded to the chief. Is there any chance that we can get those priorities just to help us?
Yeah, we'll give you a list.
Thank you.
I do have a question. You kind of stated the times, the call volumes. Did you look into what type of calls they were at all, where we're having issues? And I guess that goes back to community policing. Is that how that
Yeah,
fits in?
so when we look at the sort of division of calls by call type and call priority, I would say there's nothing that sort of bubbled up as sort of an unusual dynamic apart from the traffic offenses, which we specifically called out as something to pay attention to. It's is the question, are they mostly high priority calls, mostly low priority?
What kind of calls they are, and what there's always patterns and everything.
Yeah.
What are they, so we can help knock those down, so there's not so many of those calls, those types of things.
Yeah, and so one of the things that sort of is implicit and that we've identified as part of the recommendations that we didn't cover here is really to focus on intelligence-led policing. You have to build in staff capacity to be able to do this. So that's a kind of a critical piece. But having a process of really regularly taking a look at what your call volume and call composition is, and using that to guide and focus what your proactive policing efforts are. So if you see a particular issue, we have a lot of break-ins in this particular community. We're getting a lot of calls for that in this neighborhood. You focus your attention, your deployment efforts, your deployment decisions that your sergeants make on a day-in, day-out basis in those particular areas. So.
The other question I have for you, in our community, there's quite a few retired officers that live here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see communities that are using them at all, that they want to get involved and still be in law enforcement, work part-time, or to help in any of these areas?
Some communities have auxiliary programs or reserve officers, which they tap into folks for, oftentimes for community events. That tends to be the focus,
Right.
but not really for direct policing activities. You typically want those to be sworn officers in your community.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Good report.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any speaker cards? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you all very much for your time.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
We're going to go ahead and move to G4, the homeless shelter status.
Okay. We
Mr.
have
Miller.
Deputy Director from the Health and Human Services from the county, Enrique. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mayor, City Council members, and members of the public. My name is Enrique Arriola. I'm Deputy Director for Health and Human Services Agency. My department is Community Service and Workforce Development. We are charged with anything to do with workforce services, housing, and homeless services. So I want to thank you very much for having me here today, and also for your prior support of the operations of the Home Resource Center, which is the shelter that we operate here for our homeless community in the county. By the Community Homeless Solutions, Cristina Soto's here, and they've done a terrific job. So I wanted to thank you. Your last contribution that you made was $130,000 for year one. We are finalizing year two of the grand opening of the shelter. Year three is coming up, and what we would like is to have full funding for operations of the shelter. If we go to the next slide, please. If you look at, I think there's a
You have the
huge
control.
need.
Enrique, you have the control, I believe.
Oh, I'm sorry. Got it. Awesome. I like to be in control. Great.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. There's no doubt that we still need a lot of help. There's a lot of needs to help our community, from housing to emergency shelter, transitional shelter, day services, and so forth. If we look at, the census from 2011, it's gone from 193. It dipped as high 2015, 651, and we've had a decline. I think a lot of that has to do with services that are being provided for our homeless community, including housing and other types of services. So on the day of the count, it rained a lot, so I also believe that influenced the numbers. I really think our homeless count is actually a lot higher than that, but nevertheless, this is what was reported to HUD. And on the day of the count, 40% of the individuals that we counted were sheltered, meaning at the emergency winter shelter for homeless families, and also the individuals at the Home Resource Center, and 60% were unsheltered. So the Home Resource Center is the first ever in this community, and I could assure you in many, many other communities that there's no year-round homeless shelter. We've accomplished so much to get this shelter opened in December 1st, 2001, and since then the Community Homeless Solution has been our operator. It's equipped with 50 beds, 28 for males and 22 for females. And this here at $617,000 was our year one budget. It's $617,000, and I also wanted to briefly highlight when we purchased this facility, we planned it so that there's 3 different types of phases. And phase 1 is the shelter. The cost that it took, $1.9 million for the acquisition and construction of the center. Phase 2 is our whole person care training and service center. So we have the ability to provide different trainings, a couple of social workers that we have with services and such. And phase 3 is transitional units. We plan to kick that off early next year. We've already secured $1.4 million for 8 small transitional units. To give you a visual, here the 1.9 over here in the bottom left, the light purple, that is the shelter piece. That's phase 1. Phase 2 is a teal color. That's what was completed this past May. And the next project is this 8 small units as transitional shelter. The $1.4 million that have also been secured, so we are moving forward with that. We're actually in the process of getting the architects and getting our plans going, and hopefully do a bidding process early next year.
Excuse me, Enrique, I
Yes.
hate to disturb you, but
It's okay.
I'm having a hard time reading it with my eyes. Are all these individual or any of these family? Which one?
No, these are all individuals.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. This gives you a glimpse of the average daily attendance at the home shelter for individuals. We've averaged 44, about a little over 44 when you take into account every month of this year. And it sometimes it dips a little bit, sometimes it goes higher, but the average is 44. But if you look at the males is always at capacity. We have 28 beds and it's at capacity. The females, we usually have, it depends, 16, 15, but around that range. So that brings down the total to 44 out of 50 total beds. 2019 at a glance, just to give you an idea, we've served a total of 112 unduplicated guests. So these are one time, this year that they've been here. Sometimes they don't come back, but nevertheless, 112 unduplicated individuals. And we've served a total of 13,427 duplicated guests. So in other words, many of them come back and receive shelter. Total meals of 36,216. Every individual that comes in receive a dinner, breakfast, packed sandwich, so 36,216. That's quite commendable. And housing obtained, we've through Community Homeless Solutions, 70 plus have obtained housing. This year alone, it's 38 individuals. And as far as obtaining employment, 50 plus since we opened, and 21 this year alone that's received some type of employment. And these are different, and there's a whole bunch of other services that are received, whether it's counseling, coordination of services, and so forth. So I just wanted to highlight a couple of services that were provided. The next slide just gives you a breakdown of the different funding sources. So I mentioned 615,000, so this is the breakdown. So we did receive a 2016 CDBG grant, Community Development Block Grant, and we utilized 200,000 for the operations. We also received an Emergency Solutions grant, $100,000. And this City Hollister made a contribution of 130,000, and the county covered the gap of $87,000. So this is 2018. In 2019, yes.
The county contribution, is that out of their general fund or is that some state funding?
This is from the agency's realignment. These are funding that we get for different programs. So it's the
From
realignment.
the state or the county?
State,
From the state?
primarily state,
So what's
yes.
the county's contribution for the center?
The county general fund does not have funding for this. However, HHSA is under the county, and these are funds that we contributed as far as the county overall.
But not general fund?
It's not general fund,
Thank you.
correct. So there's 2019, a continuum of care grant was received by Community Homeless Solutions, 150,000, and that's it. So the rest, the agency, Health and Human Service Agency, cover the remaining gap. So you notice this year the total operating cost is less than the year before. There were some cost savings because Community Homeless Solutions is pretty resourceful. They secure a lot of volunteers to come and help with cooking and so forth. So for this coming year, I anticipate about 600,000. But I think there's a lot of good opportunities for us to dedicate our attention. In January, we anticipate the Community Development Block Grant to be released, the NOFA. And from my understanding, the city of Hollister is eligible this coming year, and also San Benito County is eligible, so we will be applying, and we have a really good track record in securing these funds, so we anticipate dedicating funding into operations here. And also if the city of Hollister contributes, whether it's a CDBG grant, whether it's different types of fundraising. For me, I'm operations programs guy, so as long as the funding are there, that's what our intent is. And any gap, of course, we will do our best to cover within the county HHSA. So anticipate about $600,000 gap next year. I think in moving forward, there's a lot of opportunities, especially to partner. This is no one's issue in particular. It really takes a whole village to bring solutions, to be part of the table, to participate in the local continuum of care. And I know, Mayor, you participate in the leadership council for the continuum of care. There's local planning committee meetings that exist. Great to participate there as well. I think it's also an opportunity to dedicate, as I mentioned, give priority to our homeless programs, the next CDBG application and other applications as well. There's also a need for a day center. So our shelter is 4 p.m. They exit at 8 a.m. It's not a 24/7 shelter. It's a year-round, but not during the day. So there's a gap there. So I think we will continue to be proactive in researching these funds, and we've had, and there's upcoming grants that I think I'm not sure if I highlighted. The Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, the RFP is going to be released this coming month. So we anticipate applying hopefully $500,000 for support of the shelter. And so as I mentioned earlier, the city of Hollister did contribute $130,000, but I think what is required and what I think is fair, an annual contribution of $250,000. I would love for this to be an action item in the near future so that it becomes part of general operating. It's certainly our problem, and I think through partnerships and solutions will come in place. And that sums it up. I just wanted to, again, thank you very much for having me here today and for supporting our homeless community. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions?
I have a comment.
Councilmember?
Certainly, I really appreciate your report. And it is everybody's responsibility to address this thing that impacts our community greatly, and we got to be compassionate as well. I feel for the homeless. I do. I want to see them get help. I'm hoping you don't like them in the parks and you don't want them downtown. I'm hoping we're going to have a solution to that next year as far as the days area, for lack of a better terminology, because it isn't a full-time 24-hour. The problem is they go to the parks when sometimes, and they're the ones that just never get to your facility. I'm hoping we'll find a solution for that, and I do support every effort that you're doing there. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I could just mention part of the solution, we've also secured other funding. So in the next year or two, I anticipate, I talked about those 8 units. We received HEAP funding, so we anticipate 10 to 14 units next to the migrant center. And through whole person care grant, I anticipate another 8 to 10 units, all for low income benefiting our homeless community. So it takes a lot more than that, but that's steps at a time.
It counts.
Yes.
All right, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you very much. First of all, let me say, considering we started with basically nothing here, I think I have to compliment you and compliment the county and the city of Hollister working together. We've made a hell of a lot of progress considering where we started, which is basically an empty building. We didn't have the building, and now we have all this. And the fact that you have such a high usage rate, I worked out in my head about, with a little pencil here, about 88% on the men's side means basically you're serving the community, the homeless community, and doing it well. And of course, going forward, it's going to be, the problem's going to be funding. As always, it's funding. I'm glad we've been able to help, and I'm going to support continuing to help. I would like, I hate these arguments, but I have to be honest, and I would like to see the county put in some money out of the general fund. I think Councilmember Lenore brought up an important point. They're backfilled with some programs. We're not backfilled at all for this that I know of. So we're basically, when we take $130,000 for this, and it's important, we decide it's a priority item, that means we have $130,000 less to use somewhere else, for instance, the police department or the fire department or whatever it is. So I want to help. I'm going to, in the future, support it because I think it's the right thing to do, and I have confidence in the way you've used your funding very efficiently, and you've gotten a lot out of it, and I believe the whole population, not just the homeless population. I'm very impressed that you found the number of units for housing that you have, because those are really hard to come by.
Yeah.
Okay? So I want to compliment you and everybody working on the program and thank them, and I'm going to be, when it comes up, I'm going to be supportive of it. However, you don't mind if I give the county a little help for not putting in some general fund money, do you? Okay, thank you very much.
Is that it? Enrique, the dollars when we first started this from CDBG, in different ways we made this work. What are those dollar amounts that we're searching for from both the county and the city? And are we doing it at the same time? I thought it was we'd take turns each year as how we were doing it before.
So before, we were taking turns only because it happened to be a year where the county was not eligible or the city of Hollister was not eligible. Next round, the county is eligible. My understanding from prior discussions, city is also eligible. So if that's the case, it just means more resources. And for public assistance, public services, for CDBG, the maximum we could apply is $500,000 for a period of 2 to 3 years. So if you were to apply for full 500, you could stretch it for 3 years. So that's, $160-something thousand.
Each agency or
Each,
combined?
yeah, each. No,
So
you're
each
your
get
own
5. So
jurisdiction.
we had that worked out where it was working. Again, one of the reasons we were successful is because we timed it right and did all those pieces. So if we're both going to go out there and do this, would that total sum go into an account to spread over the years, or how does that work?
You would manage it yourself as a recipient
Okay.
of CDBG funds, and you could contract out directly with Community Homeless Solutions or somehow have an agreement so that it filters through the county. It really doesn't matter as long as it goes to
Well,
the
I guess
operations.
the reason I'm asking that question is
Yeah.
because before we had to use at least 50% of those dollars to become eligible to apply again. Is that still the case? Do you know, Brett? Or is
This
Renee
next
here?
cycle,
Renee knows.
Yeah, that was an old CDBG grant, and we've gotten through all those funds. This would be a new grant.
This is be new, so it wouldn't be
Correct.
tying us up,
Correct.
so we can make sure we're going after it. And then, of course, we need that commitment from both the city and the county on an annual basis so we don't find ourselves back in the old situation of pointing fingers without solving anything. So I think it is important that the county and the city both sit down and talk and make that commitment from their general funds. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time moving forward with the day shelter and expand the program because there is not enough beds right now. We all know that.
Yeah,
But we've done so much better than we were
exactly.
a few short years ago. So
Exactly.
I want to thank you, and I know a lot of the, I saw some staff members here and our guests tonight, or some of our residents there, so thank you all for everything you guys do. So, do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? For item G4, homeless shelter status report, I have seven speakers. The first speaker is Ellen Leitonen.
Good evening. I'm Ellen Leitonen, and I'm one of the Community Action Board members. And I just want to say to you that, you know, we all know that homelessness is not going to go away. And we have an amazing resource within our community with the Home Resource Center. They're doing amazing things. And I'd just like to just speak on behalf of, I'd like to encourage you to really support that in a regular budget year to year. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
My next speaker is John Walgamot.
Alright, Christine, thank you. The reason I've got her back here, I'm having problems emotionally and physically anymore. But, all I can say is, this is legit. Yeah, please.
So I'm going to speak a little bit on John's behalf. Many of you know John for a very long time. John has actually been homeless in this community since the 1980s. I'm happy to say that John's name was picked in the lottery for one of the new housing units, the new senior housing units. And I filled out his recommendation. He's going to be going in for an interview, and hopefully he will be housed. This would not be made possible if it wasn't for the resources at the shelter. One of the biggest resources is the whole person care. They were able to get him healthy and get him to be able to do the things he needs to do. Serena, who's a social worker, along with Donna Hayes at Social Services, were also able to get him his SSI, his retirement. So now he has a little cushion of money to be able to start saving. He opened up his first bank account and savings account. So he's on it and he knows what he needs to do. And sometimes, you know, he likes to tell us things, but he is truly what the center is made for. And today when he was talking, he said that if it was not for somewhere to sleep at night, he would have probably died out on the streets by now. I don't know if there's anything else you want to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations, John.
Congratulations, John.
Christina Soto?
Enrique did a great job giving you data. I just wanted to give you just a quick update on Alma and Larry, who came last time around to come and speak. So I want to let you know that Alma did end up getting housed, and she is now living in her own unit, and she is doing very well. She's working, and she's saving money. She came by the shelter the other day to come by and donate some stuff to the center as kind of her way of giving back. I really wanted to touch on Larry Smith, who was here. He spoke a little about his challenges about being able to find somewhere to live because of his background and the stuff that he was going through. And as he mentioned last time, he was mandated by probation to stay at the center because they wanted to know where he was. While he was at the center, he went ahead and found a job, and he's still working that job. I want to let you know that 3 days after he spoke here, a landlord called him up and he moved out a week and a half later. So he has now been housed. He's really successful. I saw him the other day in town. He looks really good and really excited. And the one thing I shared with him was maybe he just needed to tell his story, because once his story came out, all the great things that he ever had wanted has finally come true. So I just wanted to share that and let you know that there's still karaoke on Saturdays if you wanted to come by. We're also doing paint night on Friday night. Just a little bit activities for you all to come and check and just see what we do down at the center. So thank you.
And thank you very much.
Susan Meyer?
Hello. I'm a member or a client at the warming shelter here in San Benito County. And homelessness wears many faces. I have a college degree. Unfortunately, I got it in 2010 when the economy tanked. So I've had menial jobs. Good jobs, but not equated to my education and what I was hoping for. I'm 63 years old. I have a 34-year-old son. I've got 2 other kids. They're great. My 34-year-old is great. He's a wonderful young man, but he's schizophrenic and bipolar. San Benito County has the best behavioral health system that I have ever encountered, trying to help my son through all these years, because schizophrenia onset begins when you're about 21 years old. He is a brilliant, had such hope. And all of a sudden, his life changed and my life changed. The shelters offered me an opportunity. I'm on Social Security myself. I'm 63. I'm not going to be around forever. My goal right now is to make sure my son gets his behavioral health through Dr. Peter Huang, who is amazing. He's been helping him and getting his medication adjusted. Christina could tell you, we had an accident last month, tried to change him to a 2nd-generation antipsychotic with a lot less side effects, and lost Sam for about 3 weeks. I mean, just all of his symptoms were in a rage. I am so thankful that even with my limited income, I'm there for my son. When something goes wrong, I can get him into behavioral health on an emergency basis and get him taken care of. It's a great system. Donna Hayes was mentioned too. Donna Hayes is trying to help him get his Social Security. Now we're going to have to go to a hearing, even though it's obvious to anybody who meets my son that he has bipolar and schizophrenia. Social Security denies it routinely. Donna has been a fighter for us. We have to go to a hearing. Now, I am blessed that I have Social Security. I don't have to work. I have the time to help my son before I die, get him stabilized. You know, maybe I got another 20 years. Maybe I only have 1 or 2. My goal in life is to get him healthy, and with Christina's help, we have a place to stay while he's getting all of these wonderful services, and hopefully we can get him stabilized and get our life stabilized soon. Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Good luck.
Lisa Lee?
I've been a resident of San Benito County since 2011, and I've been homeless since 2015. And we lived in the car, me and my cat and my dog, and it was our place to be for a while. My dog is still around, my cat is not at this point. When the shelter opened in 2017, in December 2017, we were living, right before then, we were living up on the hill there behind Quick Stop. Got skunked one night, but we were living up there under a tree with some other people. And it was a reasonably safe place to be in its own way, but it was certainly primitive, as one might say. If the shelter hadn't opened, and if Christina had known me from being in the other shelter, and the fact and I have the fact that I am allowed to have my dog there, allowed to have Stella there, that's how it can be there. And I'm greatly beholden to everybody who has been involved in this and who has created this. You know, it is human beings, so it is rather interesting at times. There is, as I've said about our room, the women's room there is generally a very kind room. The men's room, I think, gets a little more interesting at times, but it's generally a very comfortable place to be, and it allows people to be in a place where they're, you know, safe. And I would want to mention again the fact that I'm allowed to have my little dog there has made it doable for me, because if I wasn't, I'd be out there looking for something else somewhere to be under some other tree. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Maribel Ramirez?
I'm Maribel Ramos. Hi. My goal is to get better. You know, I have a lot of issues that I have in my life before. You know, right now I'm getting myself together. You know, I want to get myself together, and my goal is to have all my kids together. You know, try to work with them, try to be with them more than anything else in my life. You know, but there's a lot of areas that, you know, I want to be there for the homeless too, you know. I'm homeless too, and it'll be better for me to be helping them, because I'm still, like, my dad passed away December 16, and he was homeless for 25 years, and I don't understand why I'm like this, but I'm like this, you know, and I do want to help the homeless, as well as you guys, as well as Christina, you know, and there's a lot of subjects that I want to say to help them more advice, more be there, but some don't want it, some do want it, you know. Today I showed up at the shelter. It's been a while that I haven't been there. You know, I'm very tired. Yesterday I went to the hospital and got some pills, and you know, and I just said, you know what, I'm gonna go to the shelter. You know, I've been out there, and yeah, so I'm here, and thank you.
Thank you, Maribel.
Walter Reed?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Walter Reed. I'm a member of the homeless shelter here. They've been helping me out as far as study programs, leadership programs, and I go around helping as much as I can. If I see paper on the ground, even around the streets in Hollister. I really like this city. I want to be a part of the city, and I want to be the upcoming and the growth of the city. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Walter.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Christine, did you want to talk about the upcoming Christmas dinner?
We're getting a busy time right now. One of the things, so at work I've taken on an extra project, so I'm working down in Chinatown as well in Salinas. And let me tell you, when I come here, I'm so thankful. I never want to see Hollister be Chinatown. There's about 170 tents out there. And the things that I see during the day, I get there at 7 in the morning. The things that I see, I never want to ever have that here, believe me. But I'm really excited because our holidays are coming. We're going to be celebrating our first Thanksgiving at the shelter. And right now we don't have anybody that's sponsoring it, but it's okay because I kind of don't want someone to, because I want it to be our first Thanksgiving together. And our guests, Julio's not speaking, but Julio's back there. He went to culinary school, so he's kind of taken reign of the kitchen, and he's always cooking for us and doing things for us. So he told me he has a special recipe for our turkeys. So we're gonna have 2 turkeys and ham. A lot of the guests have stepped up to bring different side dishes, so we're going to be doing that. Susan forgot to mention that she is one of the best bakers I have ever met in my life, and we're going to be drawing up the menu for the desserts for that night as well. My mom's making her famous salsa and her stuffing, and we're just going to have a nice time. We're also going to be working on our sponsor a guest, where we are going to be reaching out to different community members. If anyone wants to sponsor a guest for the holidays, we are going to have their top three wish lists. And what we do is we ask them to come and pick out somebody that they want. They bring in their gift wrapped 2 weeks before Christmas time. And then on Christmas Day, we have a great dinner. It's usually at the vault. We open it up to other people in the community as well that want to come and participate. And that's going to be coming down the pike. We're going to be getting our Christmas tree from the Hollister Downtown Association again this year. So we're really, really working towards having the holidays. As many of you know, for many of them, they may not have family here or may not want to spend time with their family. And like I tell them every day, there's about 45 to 48 of them every night. And what I tell them is, we're your 40 brothers and sisters, so you have to get used to us. We're all here for the same reason, and we all want you to succeed and be better. So I want to thank you for the time, and thank you for, hopefully you guys can join us on any one of those 2 days. If you want to sponsor somebody, let us know. Their lists are going to be going out the day after Christmas. We'll have them up at the center. And I also invite, I think,
after Thanksgiving?
yes, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah.
I know we missed the boat the day
I'm a little
after
tired, yeah.
Christmas.
If any of you have not gotten a tour of the facility, I welcome you to come and just let me know. We're more than happy to give you a tour of the shelter. Enrique does a tour of the whole person care portion as well. So just let us know. I'll be more than happy to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tina.
Go ahead, sir.
If I could just wrap up, just wanted to highlight a statement that I have here in the report. A contribution of $250,000, serving a capacity of 50 individuals per night for the entire year, equates to $13.69 per day per client. That sure beats individuals being out and sometimes requiring other types of services. I've been in the business of providing services to our community, in the business of human services, and what that means to me is that we care for our individuals, our community as a whole. It's not just here's a shelter and that's it. No, it's making those connections, talking to them. It's about researching for other funding to help them, coordinating, counseling services, linking them to housing, to jobs. So it's a huge wraparound system that we have established here. So I'd really hope that you do support funding in the very near future, because we need it now. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if I can add something I don't think you guys talked about, but if everybody out there can get their families together and go to the shelter one night and provide dinner, you'd be amazed at all your new friends that you would find and the different perspective you would have about our shelter and how important of a role it plays in our community. So really, 4 or 5 family members together, you guys can make a big difference, and it definitely helps our shelter and shows our friends that we do care. I mean, we all care here. So thank you very much for being here. We're going to take a 10-minute break. We have students here. Come up and we'll sign your paperwork. Okay, we're going to move to public input. This is the time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to the city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note, state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? I have 3 speaker cards. The first one, Victor Gomez.
Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Victor Gomez, here representing my client, Zanker Recycling, Z-Best Composting. About 2 years ago, we submitted an application to Santa Clara County for the expansion of the composting facility on Highway 25. At that time, we sat down with the members of the council in the past, along with Mayor Velasquez, and we talked about the project specifics. There's been a lot of questions about the expansion project. Obviously, state legislation has changed substantially over the last 5 years. It's now requiring us to, to expand composting area-wide. And you may be aware, Z-Best does take a significant amount of the composting from San Benito County, Santa Clara County, and a portion from Santa Cruz County as well. So we are in the process of the environmental review right now. There's a variety of components that are going to impact our project. We expect the environmental impact report or administrative draft to be completed in January. And again, we're working with, a lot of people don't know, but Z-Best is right on the other side of the county line. So we are working with the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors and the Santa Clara County Planning Department, Planning Commission as well. There are some changes that have been proposed by Caltrans, and that's what I want to talk to you about specifically today, and that is the traffic mitigation. So we proposed a certain concept for the frontage of our facility, and Caltrans wasn't very, didn't really buy into it as much, and they suggested that we go back. So our client, or excuse me, our traffic consultant, Hexagon, prepared an alternative. Those 2 alternatives are being looked at for Highway 25 in the Santa Clara County side. So those things have changed, Mr. Mayor, since the last time you and I met about 1.5 years ago. But the other council members, I haven't had an opportunity to meet with you, talk to you about the project, and really talk to you about the expansion of the facility, but really the emphasis I want to put is on the shift of our peak hour traffic. So in the mornings and in the afternoons, between those peak hours of about a 4 to 5 hour span, we will be moving our trucks to, we're hoping with this new application to move our truck traffic to nighttime. So we don't have as much traffic during those peak hours. So we're working on that. We expect the environmental impact report to reflect some of those needed changes. But the reason I'm coming to you today during public comment is because I want to bring to your attention those changes. And I also want to suggest that at any opportunity that we all meet individually, obviously, to chat with you about the project and how it's moving forward. So I know my timer wasn't set, so I'm going to shut up now. But but I do suggest that we meet at any given time so we could go over the project before the administrative draft is circulated, and we could get those comments from the Hollister City Council so we could share that feedback with the Santa Clara County Planning Department and the Planning Commission as well. So I'm open. You all have my cell phone number and my email address, so I'd be happy to meet with you individually to talk about our expansion project at Z-Best. Thanks a lot.
Thank you for the update.
And I forgot to mention earlier that I've written correspondence from Joseph Thompson. And the next person is Susan Logue.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Susan Logue. As a member of the Friends of the Library, I wanted to share with you that last month the Friends had a special event to celebrate National Friends of the Library Week. And we did so by inviting the local children of our community to participate in a drawing and writing contest. So the children were asked to write about kindness. And this came from the schools, the librarians and the teachers themselves telling us that that was a big focus, you know. So we sent it all out to all the school districts, and we had about 150 entries come back. So then we had to pick 2 winners from each grade level, K through 8. So we had, at the end, 18 students. So last month, the students came with their families, and we had a potluck, and then we had little gift cards for them and certificates of recognition, and they were just thrilled. And we had a potluck, too. So I just wanted to let you know that happened, and I'd really appreciate it if you could take a moment and go to the Barber Room in the library, and you'll see against the wall all the children's work is there. So we keep it there for about a year, so you have a chance to take a look at it if you'd like to. Sometimes the room usually it's open and busy, but if it's locked, just ask one of your friendly librarians to open it for you, and they will. So if you haven't seen any of the cute photos, they're on our Facebook page. So please go to SBC Friends, like, share, comment. We appreciate it for all our efforts. And as the city looks to the future services for the library, I know right now the funding from the city is about $15,000 a year. We are kind of serving as a day service center for the homeless. When you're there during the day, you see how many homeless people are coming in, accessing the computers. Yeah, so I think that's probably a big part of the library that's expanding, and it would be nice to look at the city to see if they could maybe partner with us a little bit more on that. So thank you for your attention, and talk to you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Salvador Mora.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I'd like to take this time to address some of the Facebook posts that were posted on the city pages. You know, I never have an issue with people expressing their opinions, putting out facts, but I have an issue with misinformation, which some of our elected officials like to do regularly, and never apologize or admit that their comments were incorrect. I'd like to specifically address, well, I can't address all of them that happened recently. I need about 3 hours to 3 minutes, but one specific comment made by Council Member Resendez, he was replying to a constituent. His comments was, both of the other people you have aligned yourself with are bitter from losing campaigns to get them elected to the city council. That was correct. It wasn't losing, it was losing. One was fired and investigated for using excessive force against a juvenile in his custody. Now, that individual he's speaking about is me. I do not have an issue. I'm not embarrassed by being terminated by the county of Santa Clara County, because I know I did no wrongdoing. It was a retaliatory action against me due to my union leadership role for speaking out against mismanagement, speaking out against a chief who lies regularly to her staff and constituents as well. So just to let you know, Mr. Councilmember Resendez, that I was not fired for excessive force. I was investigated by the Santa Clara County Sheriff's Department, cleared of any wrongdoing, cleared of excessive force. Our own internal affairs investigation cleared me of excessive force. So I'd like to that be noted so that way you have your facts correct. And the District Attorney of Santa Clara County did not press charges against me. I also appealed that termination, which on August 2nd, a personnel board panel of 5 members unanimously reinstated my employment. So those of you who might need some definition on what unanimous is, they all voted for me, in favor of me getting my job back. It's been 4 months since that time. And again, you know, one thing I'd also like to point out is that the juvenile's parent, who lived with his mother, did not file a lawsuit against me whatsoever, or the county. So I did not cost the constituents and taxpayers of Santa Clara County a single dollar.
Thank you
very much, Mr. President.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr.
All
Mayor.
right, we're going to move to item D1, City Manager's Report.
Nothing to report at this time.
All right, D2, Training. Do we have any reports today? No? All right, we're going to move to item E1, it's a public hearing.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Firstly, this item E1, I would like to respectfully request that item F9 be pulled up and heard with this item. E1 is the pre-zoning ordinance for a property, which I'll describe, and F9 is the CEQA document resolution approval for the same.
Well, E1 is a public hearing, though, so we can't hear them at the same time.
Okay,
Yep.
then we will hear them separately. Okay, so the first item is the pre-zoning of a property, excuse me. It is located south of Santa Ana Road, east of Gavilan Hills Elementary School and Margaret Ray's Middle School, and north of Meridian Street. On August 29, 2019, the Planning Commission unanimously recommended the approval of the pre-zone application 2018-1 to the City Council. And this is a proposal to pre-zone 24.4 acres of land into the R3 MPZ Medium Density Performance Overlay Zoning District for future annexation. The property is located within the city sphere of influence. On your screen, the sphere of influence is the kind of dark orange line running along the north side of this property. And it's designated medium density residential in the city's general plan. And it's bound on the west, east, and south by the city limits. As proposed, pending the pre-zone and future annexation, the property would be zoned medium density residential performance overlay. The City Council authorized the initiation of pre-zone as mentioned, or excuse me, sorry, this was the initiation. So that was authorized at the February 20th, 2018 City Council meeting with a 4 vote with 1 council member being absent by resolution 2018-42. And at this time, there is no development proposed. And then I will skip. Well, I'll briefly mention the environmental analysis, but that's item F9, so we'll come back to it. But it was analyzed at 8 to 12, with 12 units being the max for the R3 MPZ zone. So it was analyzed at the max units per acre of 12. However, instead of analyzing the full 24.4, which includes part of Buena Vista or Santa Ana Road, it was analyzed at 20 acres because Memorial Drive is planned in the general plan to extend from Meridian north to Santa Ana, and so that's approximately 3.5, 4 acres. So we rounded it down to 20 and then analyzed full build out. However, future development is net per our general plan, so it will probably be around 6 or 9 to 10 units per acre with net density. So anyway, at 12 units per acre, 20 acres was analyzed to do support 240 dwelling units. Pending the pre-zone pending pre-zone approval by the council, the applicant would submit an application to LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, to initiate the proceedings for annexation. And part of the application to LAFCO must include a description of available public services to the property and how they'll be provided. And so you receive the plan for services as part of your attached agenda packet. And for water services, the project is served by Sunny Slope County Water District, or the property will be served. And there is an existing 8-inch water line available in Meridian Street to the south, a 12-inch water line available in Santa Ana Road to the north, and also an 8-inch water line in Moore Park Drive to the east, which can be accessed for any future development proposed. And for sewer services, there is a sewer manhole directly south of the property in the intersection of Meridian and Memorial. And for storm, there are storm drains indicated in the plan for services available in Meridian and Santa Ana Road. However, there is a 72-inch storm drain system located on the east boundary of the site, and the applicant is proposing that any future development would connect directly into this storm drain system and would not connect into the ones in the roads. I believe you've seen this chart before, but this slide just goes over kind of the steps of pre-zoning and annexation. This process is currently at the first of 2 readings of the pre-zoning ordinance before the application would eventually go to LAFCO, and then approval from LAFCO would lead to the annexation of the property. And it's important to note that the property, as with any property proposed for annexation, would be subject to the tax exchange agreement in place at the time. And as you are aware, that expires, the current tax sharing agreement between the city and the county expires on January 1st, 2020. I believe the applicant will likely, they will not make the December meeting, so they will be subject to any new agreement that's in place. And they won't be able to annex until there's an agreement in place or an individual agreement in place for this particular property. And this talks about the mitigated negative declaration, but again, that's F9, so unless you guys have specific questions, I'll wait until the end of the meeting.
Okay, is there any questions, council? No? Okay.
That's a great comment.
Yeah,
Go
so
ahead.
we'll need to hold a public hearing, and then we'll do item 3, which is kind of technically out of order. So it would be to read by title only, waive the full reading, and introduce the ordinance. And then also to please schedule, if it is the pleasure of the council, a second reading of the ordinance on the December 2nd meeting.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richmond, you have a comment?
Thank you. It's my understanding that LAFCO has to put their agenda in 21 days in advance, so there's no way in the world.
Yes.
You know, you said it probably won't make it. It won't make it, because
Yes.
today was the day, so. this
Yeah, I
will
think
not
they
be
needed
under
to
the current
notice
Tax sharing agreement would have to be under a new one.
on Friday.
Okay. This, I'm going to support this particular project. I'm not necessarily supporting 240 units, number one. Number two is, this will not be essentially complete, so it should fall under our growth management ordinance if I'm not incorrect.
That's correct.
Okay, if there's any single-family homes there. I also think that the most important thing in this project will be the layout. The reason is, we always wanted to make sure Memorial could go through to Santa Ana, and this is my view, because it's this key circulation thing. Also, we have a mess at Margaret Mays, okay? The reason is, we put a bike lane in across the street, there's nowhere for anybody to park, so they just park in the bike lane. Everybody does, all the time. There's nowhere to cross, and there's nowhere you can drop your kids off. And you know, a lot of people here in this town want to take their children to school by car and pick them up by car, and it's simply impossible over there. I read the input from the Hollister School District, and what they'd like to see, I don't know exactly where yet, but they'd like to see 2 roundabouts so that children could walk to school safely, and we can control that. And we've got to get some parking over there somehow. I don't know how. I think there's a potential, if we work with the developer here, to get what we want on the street as far as traffic control and to get what we want on the street for parking somehow. And that would be my key to whether or not I'm willing later to go on with further steps. I'm always up for a good development. I'm always willing to say no to a bad development. And I wish I'd been here a couple of years ago so I could say no a couple of more times. But here we are. There's no sense punishing ourselves because we made mistakes in the past. I think it's absolutely critical that we fix the area around that school. It is very terrible. No one can park, no one can drive. We have lots of accidents over there. And people will say, well, if you put more houses in, you're going to have more accidents. Well, not if we're smart, not if we get these guys to fix the road properly, if we get some parking over there. And I don't know how we can do it yet because it's over on the other side of the street. Maybe we can't, and maybe I'll wind up saying no to actually putting something in there. But I think the only way we're going to do it is to try. So that's why I'm going to support this, because I think it's one of the better, going to have a better outcome because Memorial will go through. I appreciate your time and let me speak. Thank you.
Okay. We're going to open public comment now. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Victor Gomez.
Honorable Mayor Velasquez, members of the council, Victor Gomez here with Pinnacle Strategy representing the applicant. Well, first of all, we want to thank the Development Services staff for their work on the pre-zone and MND. After a number of years, we're happy to be at this point. You may find this hard to believe, but those that have been in the community for a while understand that the Rosati's have actually held this property for a very long time. In 1992, the Rosati family participated in the widening of Meridian Street, allowing the construction of 4 lanes in the frontage. That is you currently see the layout as it is today. That property was actually dedicated by the Rosati family at no cost to the city. The assessment district provided the infrastructure needed back in 1992, which helped obviously mitigate the impacts, and it certainly helped mitigate the impacts of the school that was eventually developed that year as well. The Rosati property is a priority infill project, as well as all of you know. It's bordered by the city in three of its sides. And so the MND, though it does, to Marty's point, include 240 units on the property, it's likely we're going to bring a project that's likely going to be a little bit closer to 140 to 150 units. It is a denser project, but I think it's going to be a project that, as we go through your growth management process, you're going to be very happy with. As we're aware, traffic circulation around the school has been a big problem, and so we've been working closely with Margaret Mays, Gavilan Hills, HDLA, to facilitate a discussion there. So we just met for the 3rd time with Superintendent Diego Ochoa on Friday, and I'd show you the concept right now, but I may be getting ahead of myself. The Planning Commission will likely see it on Thursday. But we're happy to be working with them to help mitigate some of their concerns that they drafted in their letter that they submitted during the environmental process. So as you know, it'll certainly help mitigate traffic tremendously around the school with the priority of the Memorial Drive extension. As you know currently, and I know Mayor Velasquez, you've been out there quite a bit viewing the traffic. There's a lot of cut-throughs to the neighborhood streets, and we're happy to say that Memorial Drive will certainly have a big impact on helping circulate traffic around both of those schools. The project will also contribute over $3 million in traffic impact fees for off-site improvements, and that are all within the constraint list of projects for the city of Hollister. With that said, we understand we can't go to LAFCO for annexation. We're just asking for you to bless this, and the MND will come back to you at some point with the blessing to go to LAFCO. So we encourage you to vote yes on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
I have no more speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this time we'll close public comment. Is there any other comment? Councilmember Eleanor?
Well, I know the town's struggles with development, but this is such an infill project that can really connect some of the pieces of the puzzles together for connectivity and traffic circulation. One other thing that it does for us is it will show the California Department of Housing and Community Development, HCD, that we're planning for future stock. That's what they're looking for when they want us to comply with the regional housing needs assessment numbers. So this is a very important piece of property that could represent us well to HCD to show that we are planning. Services are all there. The police department and the fire department are able to service them. There's all the drainage and services that are needed. This is a wonderful opportunity to do a good infill, and obviously the schools are right next door, so they'll have the school real close to their house. I hope that my co-council members will look favorably upon this infill project, as it was unanimously approved by the Planning Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And the speakers? So I'm going to give my comment, same one I always make over and over again, about our growth issues. I understand, as I pointed out before, the need to grow in the future. Problem is, we got so far ahead of ourselves, and we continue to do this. This is a location, actually, that we could do something right, but I don't think we're there yet. And so many times I've heard, it's just pre-zoning, it's not a project yet. And then lo and behold, a few hundred here, a few hundred there. Talk about future stock, I think we have well over 2,000 units for future stock. If you count the county, I think it's quite a bit more. I've asked over and over for everybody to pull back. Let's work on the general plan update. Let's make sure we create a community that starts to make sense rather than just find a dirt lot and fill it with homes, whether they're single family, multifamily, whatever it is. We really need to understand that we do not have a good plan right now. We just don't. We'll make it work, I'm sure of that, but we're going to add to the problems we already have, and I'm positive of that. Why is it so hard? And again, I'm not blaming you. I know you actually, let me say, you've been doing a great job with everything you've been doing.
Thank you.
But why is it so hard for us to just, all of us as a community, to take a step back, get together, go through the general plan, make sure we're going to get buy-in from the community on what we want for our future, rather than just continue down this path of we need to do it now. Our tax sharing agreement, whether we get one or not, it's horrible. I mean, when people understand that on a $500,000 home, the city's portion is a little more than $100, $150. That's our portion for every home out there. People ask, why can't we fix the roads? Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? It's a little hard to stretch $150 that far. It's very difficult. And we need to make sure we're planning our projects that cover their own costs all the way through. Now, we've made a lot of progress. We have. But we're not there yet. And I just keep asking for everybody to hold back. Let's work on the general plan, get the buy-in from the community so the community is finally involved so we start doing this right. Otherwise, we're going to continue down the path we're on right now, and it's not the right path. So for that reason, I cannot support this. Any other comments or questions? Vice Mayor Richard?
Thank you. Well, I disagree, and I'll tell you why. We've got some really bad projects coming up. They're already in the mix. They've been in the mix for years. Nothing we do here is going to change those bad projects. If I had a magic wand, and I don't, and I was allowed to make them go away, and I'm not, I would wave my magic wand and have them go away. They were approved long before I got here. Some of them people have been sitting on for, what, 20 years, maybe? 18 years? I've been serving for 9 months, 10 months. They've had the option to go ahead, and they didn't do it until just recently. So we're gonna punish a project we know we need. Look, this is so obvious. This cut through a Memorial, we're not gonna pay to extend Memorial, we don't have the money. The need for parking around Margaret Mays, I don't think we need a study, we can just go out there and look. People can't even drop their kids off. Everybody's illegally parking across the street. I've talked until I'm blue in the face about it. They're parking in the bike lane because we put a bike lane there. And we're just getting enough people to enforce the rules. I don't think we got around to painting the curbs red yet. And all I hear about Margaret Mays is I can't even drop my kids off. And if I want to go to a meeting there, when they have parent night, everybody parks across the street. Just go look at it. I mean, the answer is obvious. I will hold this to a high standard. I can only give you my word. If I don't deliver, I don't know what you can do. Come pick it in front of my house, I guess. I give you my word. The fact that somebody 18 years ago loused up and approved a project they shouldn't have is no reason to stop a project that's obvious. The mayor says we should do general plan update. I tried to get us to approve the general plan contractor, and the mayor, which is his right, objected and wanted another run. We still don't have a contractor. I mean, we were asked month after month, go get a contractor, go get a contractor. We got a good contractor. We got a bid. And as members of the council, some members of the council said, we want to go back out for a bid. So I guess we went back out. Nothing's come back yet.
Okay.
So we're going to be another year.
On this
I'd like
subject,
to finish.
Mr.
Thank you.
Richmond? On this subject, please. Go ahead.
I'm on this subject about
Talking
why
about
we should
general
not
plan?
wait.
You're talking about something else. but
The
go ahead.
general plan like you were.
I believe you brought up the general plan, sir.
So
not
go
me.
ahead.
Thank you. Please don't interrupt me. The general plan, we can't do a general plan contract update if we don't have a general plan contractor. And we haven't had a general plan contractor. And when we did get one, members of this council were not satisfied with it, and they went out again. So we can go on forever looking for a general plan contractor to update general plan. If we never get one, we will never update the general plan. That's the way it goes. So in other words, let's stall some more, let's stall some more, let's stall some more. This is a good project. I'm telling you, I'm not going to approve it until it meets my requirements for improving the road net. It meets my requirements for going through Memorial. It meets my requirements trying to get some parking around Margaret Mays. And it meets my requirements for density. This is my personal requirement, not the legal requirement, for the correct density, which is what we said we always wanted. Higher density homes so there's more open space. So I'm going to vote for approve it. I thank you for your time.
Councilmember Resendez?
Hi, Eva, I have a question. Let's say we fast track this process and the project through. How long before we see a conceptual design of what it may or may not look like? What's the quickest? Let's just say the quickest. What would that look like, do you think?
So that's gotten more complicated since a few months ago when we had a different one, just because the tax sharing agreement, we cannot, this property, as the timelines kind of have been mentioned, it cannot be annexed under this tax sharing agreement. There's only one more LAFCO meeting. So pretending we have one in place January 1st, we could go to LAFCO probably in February-ish. And then there is a 45-day period after that where LAFCO can reconsider. And then after that, the property would be annexed into the city. And so maybe around April, we could see a proposal come in. And since CEQA's already been done, there likely wouldn't be more CEQA. However, if there are significant changes from what was proposed in like road design or something, we may need to study, or like roundabouts, we may need to study those specifically. But so we'll say no CEQA. It would maybe around June-ish, the Planning Commission might see something.
Okay, and what's the latest?
Indefinitely, because
All
there's
right.
no tax sharing agreement.
So that's my point. So essentially, we're saying that we're going to ensure that this is a good project and it's a good design and it's so much needed. But we might not all be up here to ensure that that's taken place. Potentially, it can come within a year. Let's say we have 2 council members up here saying that they're going to not be here in a year. We cannot guarantee that we're going to be here to ensure that this is a good design and that the school's going to have parking and that the road's going to go through. Correct?
Correct. But can I add something, because I forgot?
Sure.
So with the new growth management ordinance, that allocations end for 2019 on January 31st, or the last Friday of January, and then for the next 2 years, 2020 and 21, in March. So depending on the council's direction, and I apologize, I'm not familiar on if pre-zoned properties or annexed properties, like if the property has to be fully annexed into the city in order to qualify for the growth management program to submit an application, this may or may not qualify.
So
It
what
would
you're
have to
saying
be-
is likely it might even get pushed out even further.
Right, it might not be able to meet the allocations depending on, and if anyone knows, please correct me or please clarify, but if anyone knows if properties that are pre-zoned but not annexed can apply for allocations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lenore.
Yes, we need to update our general plan, but I want to just remind the community and everybody here that the general plan was never fully utilized. We had a moratorium, we had a Great Recession. You didn't have the numbers built that was ever projected in that general plan, not even close. So I'm gonna tell you, it's a single family development with some town, duets, which we need those rentals, folks. This is how we get those rentals. It's a single family development proposed in a single family area. That general plan isn't gonna change. It's not gonna change. It's gonna be what it is today. That's what it's gonna be. Cause that's the compatible use in that area. That's how it works. They want compatibility. So that is not gonna change. It might even go higher density based on what the state's gonna want us to do for RENA. So you wanna maybe think about that as well. This is an infill project. It makes logical sense. Marty's right. We have some projects I don't like. We didn't have any, and I know more than most because I lived through all that working and planning for 20 years for the city. So there are some that weren't good. This is a good one. So I really hope that we can come to consensus to move forward with progressive planning, like really saying we want to plan. This is how you plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Can we have a roll call vote on this? Is there a motion?
I'll move that let me get to the recommendation if you don't mind real quick. It's 1185 on the ordinance. So I move that we read by title only and waive the full reading of ordinance number 1185. Of the ordinance of the municipal code, the City of Hollister Municipal Code, pre-zoning specifically described real properties to medium density residential performance overlay zoning district.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion second.
Councilmember Resendez?
No.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez?
Nope.
Councilmember Spencer?
Yes.
Councilmember Lenore?
Aye.
And it passes 3-2.
Thank you. We're going to move to item E2.
Me again. So this item is similar. It is for pre-zone 2018-6. It is the pre-zoning of this particular site, west of San Felipe Road, north of Wright Road, and south of Flynn Road. It's 13.48 acres of land and is proposed to be pre-zoned to the North Gateway Commercial Zoning District. This was taken to the September 26th Planning Commission meeting and was unanimously recommended to come before you tonight to the City Council and recommended for approval of the pre-zone application 2018-6 to North Gateway. This property, as well as our previous property, is located within the city's sphere of influence and general plan planning area. It's designated North Gateway Commercial in the general plan, and as proposed, it is proposed to be pre-zoned, and pending annexation would be zoned North Gateway Commercial. The City Council authorized the initiation of the pre-zone of this property at its regular meeting of January 16, 2018 by Resolution 2018-16 with a vote of 4 with 1 member being absent. And no development is proposed this time. However, the city has been working with the applicant on a cannabis project. It's connected with a property directly to the south, which received site and architectural approval at the September 26, 2019 Planning Commission meeting. That property to the south is already in the city limits. And I believe that the applicant is prepared to get approval for a site and architectural review on the property once it's been annexed into the city by LAFCO. If it moves forward, obviously, through the City Council's necessary approvals. For any future entitlements, again, would be subject to future review and approval by either the Planning Commission or the City Council. I believe this would be a site and architectural and possibly a minor subdivision. As I mentioned previously, LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, requires services to be provided and available to the property. And so there will be water services served by the City of Hollister to this project, and there is an existing 12-inch water line in San Felipe Road to the east of the property, which can be accessed. And for sewer services, there is a 10-inch line in the San Felipe frontage road. And there is a drainage ditch. There is no stormwater services in the north part of the city, like pipes or anything like that, but there's a drainage ditch running along San Felipe Road. This project and other projects, but would be required per our MS4 stormwater permit to retain on site. But if there's any overflow, it would be directed into these ditches, as there's no other kind of systems in place. This project's in the same step, first reading of the pre-zoning ordinance for proposal to be North Gateway, and then second reading at the December 2nd meeting. Commercial properties are also subject to the same tax sharing agreement. This one is also not able to make the December meeting. From Bill Nicholson, the executive director of LAFCO, there's a possibility to do individual tax sharing agreements for projects. The applicant, I know, is on a tight deadline, and they may speak to you tonight, but they may try to pursue that option if that's something the council is interested in. And I will refrain from the mitigated negative declaration. There was one circulated for this project as well. That is item F8, and I'll speak to that later. But for now, I would recommend that you hold a public hearing and then read by title only and waive full reading and introduce the ordinance, and then recommend to schedule a second reading for the December 2nd meeting.
Thank you very much. Just again for clarity, this is commercial.
Correct.
It is not residential.
Correct. It is
and
North
it will
Gateway
not
Commercial.
become residential if we approve
No.
this tonight.
You would
correct?
be pre-zoning it to be North Gateway pending annexation.
Thank you. Okay. Councilmember Resendez.
You said it's subject to the same tax sharing agreement that we have with the county. I was under the understanding that there was no tax sharing agreement for commercial properties.
The tax sharing agreement is for all projects that are annexed. It's essentially a way for the county and the city to agree upon a fiscally neutral amongst themselves for property taxes. The tax sharing agreement, as it's written, I believe it's the county gets 75% of property taxes and the city gets 25%. But there is, in addition, on residential projects, a approximately $13,000 per door additional fee that the county charges the city. So there is property taxes on commercial, and the tax sharing agreement is the same, but that $13,000 fee is not charged on on commercial because it's a per residential door fee.
But this would not fall under the old tax sharing agreement. It's
Right.
never gonna make
Does
it.
it not?
No.
You sure?
Well, it won't, because it can't get to LAFCO in time.
Can't get it in LAFCO.
Correct, yes.
So,
would not fall.
If you'll let me,
Okay.
I don't know if I'll speak out of turn here, but Marty, if you can make sure I'm right, we're gonna, the tax sharing agreement that we're in negotiations now is strictly residential. Doesn't have any commercial or industrial component. We've already discussed that will come separately, maybe, individually negotiated, but it's not part of the one that we're negotiating now. Correct, Marty?
The one we actually have now, it really only applies to residential also. That's what it says in it.
Never addressed
I'm not sure how
commercial.
many people read that one because it's pretty complicated. The one coming up is residential only.
Then I
You have to work
stand
up
corrected.
commercial.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
And you can say with absolute certainty, the way that it's zoned or will be zoned will not allow for residential development.
Well, you are tonight choosing to pre-zone it as North Gateway Commercial, or at least that's what's being proposed. The North Gateway Commercial Zoning District does not allow residential.
Unless you're gonna change the general plan.
Thank you.
Correct.
Councilmember?
Yeah, you could pre-zone it something else, I suppose.
Okay, thank you. This time we're going to open for public hearing. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Gary Coates.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Gary Coates here on behalf of the project proponents. I think your staff has done a very excellent job in describing what we're proposing to do. I think the main thing that we wanted to highlight for you is this evening we're looking at a project that is going to create jobs. It's going to create opportunities in the community that don't exist at this point to the tune that we're looking for. We're looking at creating anywhere from 100 to 200 new jobs on just this one site. We're also looking to annex a piece of property that the front part of this property that runs parallel to San Felipe, about 3.5 acres, is already in the city. And it was intended a long time ago as a frontage road. It is on the west side to match the one that was on the east side. So we're just kind of expanding on that. We're going in that direction. Our goal is to, again, be more of a solution versus a problem. We know there's a lot of traffic. We know there's a lot of people that are commuting out of town. We're hoping that this will create a reverse commute. It'll create a situation which people that are here, because we've got an unbelievable amount of talented employees, future employees here in this community that can work in this facility. And that's our goal, is to bring jobs. The housing situation, we leave in your hands, obviously. This is a job creator, and hopefully a financial benefit also for the community as we go through the process, Mr. Mayor. So I'll conclude my comments and just request your support on this. We received it from the Planning Commission. The tax sharing agreement, as was mentioned, doesn't cover this kind of a use, but we know we still have to address it as we go through LAFCO. We've already made a full application to LAFCO pending the approval of the pre-zoning and the tax exchange agreement.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Coates.
You're welcome.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. This time we're going to close public hearing. I want to say thank you for this. I do enjoy commercial, retail, to bring the jobs and the revenues into our community, so I do appreciate projects like this. Councilmember Resendez?
I just want to make it public that I had a meeting with Mr. Orozco and we didn't discuss anything that was not discussed here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond?
I'm glad we can agree that we should not wait to have the general plan redone before we approve this project. Thank you.
Let's bring the jobs in. Let's have a roll call vote. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept ordinance number 1186, an ordinance of the City of Hollister amending municipal code chapter 17.24.250, pre-zoning of specifically described real properties, APN 019-090-026, to Northgate zoning district.
And schedule a second reading, which I missed on the first item.
And schedule a second reading on this item.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
We need a roll call vote. Sorry.
Councilmember Resendez.
Aye.
In the same
Vice Mayor Richmond.
Aye.
Mayor Velazquez?
Aye.
Councilmember Spencer?
Aye.
Councilmember Lenore?
Aye.
And it passes unanimously.
Thank you very much. We're going to go ahead and move to item, thank you. We're going to move to item,
Mr. Mayor, please, don't we need to schedule the second reading? City
no,
Clerk?
they work.
It automatically goes to the
Okay,
next
thank
meeting.
you.
Yep.
We're going to move to item F1.
Mr. Mayor, may I interrupt for a moment?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I was asked by staff to ask if the council would consider moving items F8 and F9 up in front of item F1.
Okay. Is there a consensus on that?
See
Yes.
what they are.
That's for the properties.
Oh, yeah,
Mitigated
let's
neg
do 'em.
deck.
All right, we'll move item F8 and F9 forward. F8 first?
Whichever you prefer.
F8,
F8?
yeah.
Okay. So F8 is the mitigated negative declaration for the Brig 17 pre-zone property. This is the North Gateway commercial piece that we just discussed. The mitigated negative declaration for this project was circulated to the public and to our responsible agencies from July 26, 2019 to August 26, 2019. The city received 5 letters from state and local agencies in response. Formal written responses are not required on a mitigated negative declaration CEQA document pursuant to the CEQA guidelines. However, the city, in the interest of full disclosure and cooperation with our responsible agencies and the public, we always like to disclose and address comments as we receive them. So all of the comments in their direct form were provided in your packets. However, on this particular mitigated negative declaration, minor adjustments were made in response to the comments. That included modifying the text of the document to clarify that the West Hills Water Treatment Plant is completed and operational. The original draft form stated that it was in a process of being completed. And there was a reference made to the 2012 Airport Land Use Comprehensive Plan rather than the 2001 Land Use Plan, which was referenced in the original draft. And there was a mitigation measure included to have the project complete a glare study for the airport because it is in the airport influence area. And there was a condition of approval included, or recommendation for a future condition of approval to allow Caltrans to review any of the drainage plans for future development projects on this site. The comments did not warrant recirculation of the MND, and all potentially significant impacts have been addressed and mitigation measures have been imposed and agreed to by the applicant and property owners, which reduce all impacts to less than significant for the annexation of this 13.5-acre parcel into the city. So if there are any questions specifically on the mitigated negative deck, I'd be happy to answer them.
Just to be clear, this is the one going, I'm sorry, this is the one going with the project we just approved,
This is for the commercial
project.
North Gateway project, correct?
Councilmember Lenore.
Okay, I don't know if maybe Danny would like to answer these. It's the storm drainage and the water supply. And yes, I read a lot of stuff, but I just want it's 500,000 square feet of covered area. So it's gonna drain to that big drainage thing out on San Felipe?
It's my understanding nuisance waters and things coming off of the parking lot may find its way into the ditch. The city has a policy for underground storage.
Oh, so it's gonna have underground storage?
Yeah,
for the water
the city's new
runoff.
policy is.
Okay,
is for
good.
that.
Thank you. I
Yep.
probably should. And then one more. Are we confident that our water supply is going to be able to service cannabis is very water intensive, and this is a big grow, maybe.
Yeah.
The water. Have we determined the water is good? That much? Is it metered? Obviously.
Well, you guys are using your wells, aren't you?
The water usage.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have private wells? Private wells, and then also the city?
City water.
Is it metered?
Yes, it will be metered.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Vice Mayor Richmond.
My question was going to be on the stormwater, so it was, thank you. I got my answer. Thank you very much.
I beat you to it.
Yes, you did.
Okay, do we have any speaker cards?
Gary Coates?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I really don't need to say anything, just to answer questions if you have them.
Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any others?
I have no other speakers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-248, adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for pre-zone 2018-6.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second.
Who got there
I
first?
think, I thought I heard it from this side first. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move to item F9.
Okay, thank you. And item F9 is the mitigated negative declaration for the Rosati pre-zone 2018-1. This was just recommended to have the first reading for R3 MPZ medium density performance overlay zoning district. Excuse me, let me flip back through here. So the mitigated negative declaration for this project was circulated from July 26th. Did I read the wrong one? I can't read. May 30th, 2019 to July 1st, 2019. And all the comments were provided in your agenda packet for this one as well. There were, I believe, I can't find my page, excuse me. You guys got me all out of order here. All right. 4 letters from state and local agencies, as well as 1 email comment from a local citizen in response. And again, formal responses are not required by CEQA, but we like to provide them for full disclosure. There were no comments related to the environmental document that were brought up. We did get some from the school district. And the city, as always, the school district is part of our local responsible agencies. We'll continue to work with them as the applications come in. They're part of our development review committee. And I know that the applicants are also in direct contact with the school district on this particular project. So there were no changes made to the environmental document as part of any of the comments received, unlike the last one. And so again, all potentially significant impacts were reduced and addressed by mitigation measures and agreed upon by the property owner and the applicant. So everything is less than significant for the pre-zone of this property. So with that, again, available to answer any questions.
Councilmember Lenore?
What's being proposed in the way of parks? I want to make sure I read it right.
So we did, for purposes of CEQA, there was a calculation again of 240 maximum units. I'll leave. No. 240 maximum units. So we asked our CEQA consultant to do 20% multi and 80% single for the parks calculation, which is 5 acres per 1,000. And single is, I believe, 3.54 persons per household, and multi, I believe, is 3.45 persons per household. So it's, I haven't done the calculation in a while, but I want to say it's around like 2.5, but they would be providing their 5 acres per 1,000 per their development and or paying relevant impact fees.
Okay. Thank you.
Just go ahead, Councilmember Resendez.
So I would imagine, just based on the earlier vote, that this is probably going to get passed tonight. I can't support it, but I do want to say that I'm happy to hear that you have taken the initiative to sit down and include the school district in the conversations, and I would encourage you to continue to do that. Thank you.
Just want to again clarify, this is tying into the proposed residential development.
Correct. This was analyzed at what the general plan proposed, yes. So just fully residential.
All right. Do we have any other speaker cards? Is that it? We're good?
F9?
Yeah.
Yes.
Victor Gomez?
Oh, you do have another one. Sorry. Excuse me.
Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Victor Gomez with Pinnacle Strategy, representing the Rosatis. Couple of things. And thank you for those comments, Councilmember Resendez. We are working closely with the school district, specific in the MND. It did include that letter that they're referencing to. I'm excited to share that concept with you because it will help with queuing, hopefully alleviate some of the illegal parking across the street in the residential areas. We're also working on a concept, sort of a carve-out concept for Memorial, somewhere around Memorial, for additional queuing. That may be a bit of a surprise to Danny, and he's probably going to hate me for saying that and even looking at the concept later. But specifically on site, I think you guys will all be pleased with it. There were some questions originally around a roundabout and some issues at Meridian and Memorial, the current Meridian Memorial. The school district, when I met with them on Friday, shared a bit of concerns regarding the roundabout. So did we. And I know you're thinking, well, of course, Victor, you're concerned about the cost and you don't want to pay for it. That's not necessarily the case. There are pedestrian safety issues around roundabouts, especially being so close to a school. But I think for Santa Ana and Memorial, the future Santa Ana Memorial, that may make quite a bit of sense, to be completely honest with you. So we're looking at that as a potential concept. We do have in our concept, Carol, a nice park that we'll be including. And because of your new growth management process, you're actually going to see a lot of it up front. Before we could wait till the bitter end and surprise you with a project concept that obviously has been reviewed by the Development Review Committee, but now we can't. Now we have to come to you right at GMO during allocations with these fancy slides to show you exactly, semi-exactly what we're planning on doing when it comes to site and architectural and the concept of the proposed site. So we are excited to come back to you. Now, with that said, Councilmember Resendez and Mayor Velasquez, I'm going to direct these comments to you. When you have an opportunity and you see a dead crow on the side of the road, pick it up, cook it up, because you may have to send it to me. I may be eating crow in February and March, but I do truly believe that we're going to bring back a project that you may vote no on the allocations, but I truly do believe we're going to bring back a project that the both of you will be completely satisfied with. We would encourage you to please consider voting yes on those allocations. I understand you guys are both extremely concerned about residential growth, and you are rightfully entitled to that. But I just ask you that you please consider this project. This could be a big win-win situation for the school district, for the city, and for our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. very much.
I have no other speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you very much. I did want to point out the park issue. I happen to think that's really important. I'm not sure how many of you were focused on this when we put it in. But you know, what we currently have is about somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.1 acres, 1,000 of the people of park space, and that's not nearly enough. The new requirement is 5 acres per 1,000. So if we do this right, this will increase the park space throughout the thing. And I understand it's not going to make up for the difference between 2.1 acres 1,000 that currently exists and the 5 acres 1,000 we're going to make them put in. That won't lift the entire city. But if you do enough of that, eventually you get 5 acres, almost 5 acres per 1,000 all around. That's the way you fix stuff, because we can't go back to some house that was built 30 years ago and say, I'm sorry, you now have to put in another 3 acres per 1,000. We can't do it. So one of the reasons I want to move ahead with new projects is because new projects, if they're properly done, and I hope whoever you put in these seats is smart enough to do them properly, are better than old projects. There's nothing wrong with an old house. I got an old house. I love my old house. But the truth of the matter is, my house doesn't have sprinklers. My house happens to have a fireproof roof, but not all the houses the age of my house have a fireproof roof. New houses use less water. They use less electricity. They use less gas. They are much more economically friendly, environmentally friendly. They're certainly not economically friendly. I apologize for that. So that's one of the reasons to move on, because it's like saying, okay, we got a crowded place here in Hollister, which we do, so let's stop having children. That's not the way it works, okay? So I thank you for your time. I intend to support this.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Yes, I'll make the motion, thank you. And the motion is on F9, Resolution 2019-249, a resolution, City of Hollister Council adopting a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for pre-zone 2018-1.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Against?
No.
No. 3-2. All right, we're going to go ahead and move to item, thank you very much. Move to item F1.
Mr. Mayor, I think the resolution speaks for itself, but the brief description is that on November 4th, 2019, the City Council of the City of Hollister approved an amendment to the employment agreement with Paul Eckert for city manager services. This resolution will authorize a general release and severance agreement with Mr. Eckert and approve an appropriation in amount not to exceed $25,000. In exchange for, it's a general release and settlement agreement of all actual or potential issues between Mr. Eckert and the City of Hollister.
Okay. Is there any comments or questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards on this item?
Yes, Mr. Mayor? For item F1, resolution number 2019-241, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister approving a general release and severance agreement for Paul Eckert and authorizing an appropriation not to exceed $25,000 from the general fund. I have 3 speaker cards. First speaker is Cheryl Von Booth.
Hello, my name is Cheryl, and I'm here to voice my disappointment in our city leaders. I'm disappointed that some of the leaders weren't in favor of an environment of zero tolerance when it comes to sexual harassment. I'm disappointed that when people on social media voiced their concerns, the mayor answered with, "This is a smear campaign by people with special interest." Prior to November 4th, I had no special interest. I now have a very special interest. I am interested in maintaining an environment of zero tolerance when it comes to sexual harassment. I'm also disappointed that another council member thought it was appropriate to address me as sister when responding to a comment on social media. When I pointed out to this council member that calling me sister is a patronizing way of trying to neutralize a point that a woman was making, he responded by telling me that I was overreacting and it was just an attempt at endearment. I didn't solicit this endearment. Unsolicited attempts at endearment is exactly what got Mr. Eckert in trouble. Council member then doubled down the next day and addressed me as sister again. Very disappointing. I'm disappointed in the fact that the moral compass is pointing towards the same moral compass that Aaron...
Brockovich?
No. The judge for Brooke Turner. Brock Turner? Turner Brock.
Oh.
The young man that the judge thought it was more important to protect his swimming career than to punish him for raping an unconscious woman. And I feel like we have a little bit of that moral compass here. So, $25,000 paid out to somebody that really didn't do anything other than bring his baggage here and expose this moral compass. You can vote to give it to him, but I'm sure the voters of Hollister will be more than willing to bestow some of that karma that the judge got up there in Northern California. That's all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elias Salinas.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I am here to protest the fact that you choose to pay $25,000 as severance to a man whom is the plaintiff in a case where he was the defendant for sexual harassment for retaliation. There are 12 people that testified in that case against the city in response to the city manager's behavior. This included a city attorney, an assistant city attorney, and also a labor supervisor for the city. Ann Eckert's wife herself also. I took it upon myself, and this is just minor. I didn't want to kill a tree. There's depositions out there. There's more legal documents out there, and I'm really disappointed that you did not choose as a council, the people who decided to hire this individual, not do a background investigation to find out what it is. And you're saying this is not Google search. Even though you do a Google search, you keep doing more information and you dig out and you find out this stuff. Maybe, and I did this because I am a concerned citizen. This is not political. This is not a smear campaign. This is bringing out facts. And the facts are that this man was a predator. Not only was he a predator, he also was good at retaliation against those that did not do what in his favor. There's testimony from witnesses that allege his sexual harassment by Eckert. Evidence that was not sought by any of you individuals until finally some of us in the public decided to bring it to your attention. And it's kind of sad that you guys don't do your homework when you have the opportunity, and you also have a legal counsel. You could have gone out and you could have gotten a third party. I mean, you spent a lot of money on this guy, and now you want to reward him with a $25,000. The guy worked here for a week. He didn't do $25,000 worth of work. Listen, this is the man. These are court documents. This is how sick this guy was. He pursued the daughters of one of the city employees. It's documented in the court records. The daughters. He sent them messages. He sent them inappropriate messages on Facebook. He sent them inappropriate email messages and texts, and he also drove by their house. That is a predator. That is not someone that the city needs to hire to be in charge of females and male staff, that we should have a zero tolerance for sexual harassment. And it's shame on you, Mr. Mayor, that you're saying that this is a smear campaign when these are facts that are out there.
Salvador Mora.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I as well am disappointed that we're here tonight voting to give Mr. Eckert a $25,000 severance payment when it was publicly stated many times that there was no severance payment tied to his interim contract. I blame the City Council for us being in this position that we're in, because you guys did not do a thorough background check on this individual. Had you done your job and the process not been flawed, we wouldn't be here giving him this money. Now, the one question I would like to ask is, if you do vote to give him $25,000, is there a guarantee that he is not going to file litigation against the city for negligence? This is an open session. I mean,
Yes,
you guys
sir.
can't answer.
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
So that part I understand, but it's despicable that we are going to give this individual $25,000. He chose to apply for this job knowing that he has a history that could come out. The process failed. I'm holding all elected leaders responsible for this decision, because you guys unanimously voted to hire this individual, offer him the job, without conducting a thorough background check. It never should have happened. We should never be here. But I'm glad we are, because at least we know how the mayor feels and supports sexual harassers, as well as Councilmember Resendez. Thank you very much for showing this community of Hollister your true colors, because you definitely do not talk this way to your constituents when it's time for election. All the smiles and the salesmen come out. This is disgusting that we're going to give this gentleman this amount of money for 1 week worth of work. Now, I did the math based on his monthly salary. We should be paying him $3,750 and say, adios, Mr. Eckert. But I also understand, although some people may disagree with me, I understand the reasoning why we are offering this severance package. It's to protect the city for our elected leaders' failed due diligence. We're protecting ourselves. I understand that, but I'm not happy with it, and I don't agree with it. But I do believe that deep down this is the right decision to make, to protect the taxpayers of this city. And hopefully we've learned from this and we change the process so we don't have a Paul Eckert Part 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more speaker cards, Mr.
Any
Mayor.
other questions, comments from council? Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you. As I recently said, I kept my mouth shut pretty well, especially for me, for a while. And as I recently said, because I sent something to the newspaper, I made a mistake. I kind of got ahead of myself, and I thought we made a good decision. But prior to offering a permanent position to Mr. Eckert, I changed my mind, and that's why Mr. Eckert wound up with an interim title instead of a full title. I'm not at my age, you make a lot of mistakes, maybe. I then went and did exactly what I said I was going to do, which was to look at more documents. And I did an extended interview, and I'm not going to go into any kind of details because it was a lot of one-on-one talk. But when it was all over, I decided that Mr. Eckert was not a good fit for Hollister. And so that was my decision. No, it's not exactly a secret who voted how. I mean, after all, 5 minutes after the closed session was over, I saw my name all over somehow all over Facebook. If it wasn't for Facebook, I guess I wouldn't know anything. I don't hold any animosity toward Mr. Eckert, and I don't have any animosity to people who say we should have done a better job, because we should have done a better job. I had my priorities screwed up because I was thinking technical, like happens to me sometimes, and I was looking for the best technician. But I should have been looking somewhere else at other attributes rather than technical attributes. That's just my personal opinion. And I assure you, my decision was not based on any salacious information, because I'm not a judge and jury. It was based on an overall evaluation, and that's the way I should have treated our candidates to start with. And we didn't have that on the agenda. I don't blame anybody but us. I don't blame the people we hired to screen people. We did not have long personal interviews on the agenda for anyone, and we should have. And I hope in the future we're smart enough to do that, because that's when you find out what somebody's really about, is when you sit down and talk to them for a couple of hours, not when you ask them a couple of pre-made questions. Okay? So you live and you learn, and it's unfortunate that's the way it goes. So I'm not throwing darts at anybody. I'm just saying, if you make a mistake, you ought to correct it. I have no problem admitting I made a mistake, and I have absolutely no problem in correcting it. So I thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lenore?
Well, in the beginning, I just needed to be provided with a little more information. I do humbly apologize to the community for being a little inexperienced in hiring a city manager. It was my first time hiring executive management. However, I do hold a little bit of responsibility for CPS because we hired them to find the best candidate. We also hired them to do a background check. Now, I didn't realize that we should have done our own independent because I thought we hired somebody to clear his background, and they cleared his background. And I heard it so late at the very end of the interviews, but I made a mistake. I'm sorry. I'm hoping, I feel confident that I learned a lesson. I can tell you I 100% learned a lesson. If you'll allow me to participate in the next election, I will take heed the advice from the community and the people attendance here, and find that better fit for Hollister, because we so deserve it. Thank you.
Councilmember Spencer?
I want to just piggyback off both Councilwoman Lenore and Councilman Richmond. I do apologize to this community. Did not do my homework, should have done it. I can guarantee you on my part, moving forward, I will do my homework, and I will do a complete background check on any applicant that wants to come into our community. We need to hire the best of the best and not settle for second best. I just want to say I'm sorry, and it won't happen again. Thank you.
Well, I'll make my comment. It's going to be quite different. I don't agree with the payout either. I don't think it's fair that you offer a position to somebody and then push them out the door and say, take this. Now, comment about we're in favor of not having a zero tolerance policy. Oh no, we are very much in favor of having zero tolerance here. That's very clear. Nobody's going to come in here and do something that's not right. That's not going to happen. You know, I don't know if all you know how the process works here, but we can't just make accusations. Did I do my homework? I did my homework. No, that's easy for you to say from over there. But I can tell you, it was quite clear. Sir, we're not talking to you right now, so please. It's quite clear the information was. It was there. It's not our job to try to become the investigator, the judge, and the jury, because we don't have all the facts. As much as we all want to believe we have all the facts, we don't. We just don't. I can tell you the facts that I gathered early on, even before it was an issue. I spoke to numerous people, different cities, and asked all the questions I could about this person. Just try to see if there was anything there. Couldn't find it. Then I finally spoke to the person that did the investigation. The person that did the investigation. And their answer to me was quite clear. We found no sexual harassment whatsoever. So I'll repeat that. The person that did the investigation made it very clear. We found no sexual harassment whatsoever. Now, did a person have concerns? Did a person filed a retaliation lawsuit 9 years later? Yeah, they did. I can't speak to their emotions on that. I'm not going to try to. But I do know what the investigation found out. I do know at the end of the day, they all decided, or they made it clear, they were denying the claims from the city and from the person, and there was a settlement. Settlement was $300,000, not $1.3 million. There's a lot of information out there. It's not adding up here. And it's not fair to call somebody a sexual predator. A sexual predator without those facts. No matter how you feel. I can tell you those facts are not there. Somebody here spoke about their recent experience of something like this. It's not fair. Do you really want to be labeled for the rest of your life on allegations? At the end of the day, that's all it was, allegations. Go to court. Now, what should have happened, it should have went all the way through the system so we can all know facts. We don't know those facts, and it's not fair. But I do know it's not fair to our residents to go out and pay $25,000 to push somebody out the door based on allegations. That's not right. We got to do what's right and not just make accusations without the true facts, not what one person felt.
It's 12 people.
No, I know how many people it is. I know the story, okay? I went through it many, many times.
right?
Judge, no, it never got to that point. So, I thank you very much. I'm making my point. No, I'm making my point. So I don't think it's right to pay out $25,000. And again, I had more conversations and interview on what happened here. So,
How do you know that?
So thank you very much. Councilmember Sindus.
Again, I think when we're looking at this, we need to look at the timeline. So it's not just $25,000. We voted as a council to retain CPS and pay them $30,000 to hire us the best candidate. If we're looking at the timeline, it was a 5-0 vote. I can say for myself that that day, I already knew what had happened. I went and did my own research. I found out for myself. I can tell you that after that, as the Vice Mayor pointed out, this gentleman was offered a job with a 5-0 vote. He came over here, he moved over here. Then that night that he was supposed to be appointed, the council flipped on him and offered him interim position. I supported that decision under the assumption that he was most likely going to become our permanent city manager. I just think that what's happening here, honestly, is highly exaggerated. We had plenty of time and we had plenty of facts to make up a decision, not based on exaggerations. You cannot come up here or anywhere, in my opinion, and accuse somebody of being a predator without facts. You cannot compare them to a court case where somebody was convicted of rape. That is defamation of character. That is slander. You don't have facts. And I have to say for myself and the position that I had, I cannot take that chance. If there is even a chance of this gentleman being innocent of what he's being accused of, which it was never proven that he was guilty, then put yourself in his position. Put your husband in that position. Put your children in that position. And that's something that I'm not going to crucify or prosecute him over. I looked at the whole thing, and I looked at his qualifications, and because of that, I supported him. And I cannot support wasting $30,000 and another $25,000 to let him go away quietly. In fact, I think it's very ironic that we're settling with him because that's the same thing that the city in Iowa did. Yeah, it just doesn't sit well with me. I'm highly disappointed in the whole process, and hopefully we can move forward from this. Thank you.
Question for staff, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Vice Mayor.
thank you very much. Look, we're not judge and jury. We have no authority to do any criminal prosecution. We can't put anybody in jail. We can't think. With respect, I happen to, on a personal basis, I happen to like Ms. Decker. Okay? I'm going to tell you right up front. But I don't have to wait to have someone beyond a reasonable doubt. That's not the criteria for being a council member. We don't make decisions like a court. We don't come up here and go, you know, you gotta prove this or you gotta prove that. We make decisions based on our best judgment. And when you make it on your best judgment, it has nothing to do with whether someone's convicted or not convicted. Okay? As far as pushing someone out the door, I'll just make note. Mr. Eckert had applied this summer to be the city manager in Roseburg, Oregon. He went through the entire process in Roseburg, Oregon. He was one of the final two, and then he was the final one selected. 3 days later, he withdrew his selection. Roseburg didn't owe him anything, and he didn't owe Roseburg anything. I'm sure Roseburg spent a lot of money getting to that point, but no one went out and said, well, give me the money back. And it's the same thing here. We thought Mr. Eckert was going to be the right person, and so we said, we think we're going to offer you the job, but in the end, we didn't vote to offer him the job. We offered him the interim job because we wanted to look at more. The mayor can say he talked to someone who said there was no sexual harassment. I don't know if there's sexual harassment. I wasn't there, and the mayor wasn't there. And since he wasn't there and he says he wants proof, why is he talking to someone? Has he offered any proof? I believe he talked to someone. Perhaps he can show me the written report. Oops, no one has a written report. I mean, we've been through this. What are we doing? This has nothing to do with it, okay? I don't want to go into all the details about who said what about who. The question is, you got a candidate in front of you. You look at everything involved, not just this. You look at how are the things running in Sioux City? That's what I looked at. This has nothing to do with Mr. Eckert as an individual, whether he was accused of doing something as an individual. This was, how were things running in Sioux City? I looked at how things were running in Sioux City, and I asked myself, is that the way I want things running in Hollister? The vast majority of what's in the reports has a lot to do with how things were running in Sioux City. Mr. Eckert wasn't the only person who was accused of doing wrong. The city of Sioux City was accused of doing wrong, and there were lots and lots and lots of witnesses named to that. They had a system where, according to the testimony, and this has nothing to do with Mr. Eckhart as an individual, nothing whatsoever. They had a system where people didn't like what was in their personnel folder. They walked into HR, opened the folder, took out the bad report, and threw it away. Do we want to be run like that? He was the city manager, okay? Do I know it's true? I do not know it's true. But if you see time after time after time what they're spending their time on, they're not spending their time on our business, I can tell you that. So when I looked at the overall thing, I said, that's not the right guy for us. This has nothing to do with sending him to jail. This has nothing to do with whether he's guilty or innocent. The question is, I have the responsibility for this city. I have an obligation to this city. It comes before my obligation to Mr. Eckert. It comes before my obligation to the employees of the city. It comes to the city. It's first to the city. It's last to the city. And I did what I thought was right for the city. And that's the way it should be. That's what you elect me to do. Okay? I'm sorry that someone was offended. I'm sorry that all this had to come out. Just because I made a mistake should not be the reason I should continue down the wrong road. I don't punish the city for my mistakes. They punish me for my mistakes. I think we've covered this until we're all blue in the face. There was no reason, I don't care if you disagree with us, there's no reason to get on Facebook and disrespect the members of this city council by calling us Larry, Moe, and Curly. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. It's very cute. The morning after we have a vote on a very serious issue where we disagree, that's the kind of treatment you get around here from some people. I say shame, he says shame, I say shame on the people who do that. That's no way to run a thing. You can't be a split personality. You can't go on Facebook and call me names all day and come back here and say you respect my judgment, because I don't respect you anymore. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Councilman Leonard?
Please,
Comment?
Brett, the CPS contract that we signed to them, find a city manager for us, is there any, is it just done now, or, we seat an interim, but we didn't actually seat the permanent city manager, so do they have anything that they?
They'll do the recruitment again.
Yes, but is it gonna be a full-blown another cost of $30,000?
No.
Sorry, Councilmember Lenore, I'm a little concerned. It
Okay.
might possibly have something to do with this agenda item, but
Okay.
it's too vague
Okay,
for me to be
alright,
comfortable
sorry.
with us discussing
Then
it.
we'll see what the future holds for that.
We could agendize it for a
We'll ask
future
on an
discussion.
agendized item. My second
Thank you.
question, not question, but comment is, I do want to point out that Brett was so gracious to step up to the plate and fulfill not only his finance director and his HR director and all the wonderful things, comprehensive things that he does for us. He's now going to serve as your interim city manager at a 5% raise. So in 2 months, we recoup that $25,000. I don't know if it softens the blow for you at all, but on the books, it does soften a little in the financial area. Thank you, Brett, for stepping up to help us in this gap while we get a permanent city manager. I can't tell you from the bottom of my heart how much I appreciate it.
I think he's acting on it.
Okay.
You're welcome.
No more conversation. Councilman Resendez?
Just briefly, I wanted to point out a couple of things. Number one, there are some things that we legally cannot say. This letter or this payoff, let's say, is not 100% going to protect us, the city council, or anybody out in the audience from getting sued by this guy, from getting legal action. So there's some things that we cannot tell you. Second of all, I want to say that there's a copy of his resignation letter that's going to be made public. So listen to Mr. Eckert's side of the story. And I got to tell you that I happen to agree with it. This one instance that you guys are seeing of a divided council, a divided public, is not the first instance that's happened over here. So I would advise you guys to pay close attention to the politics here in Hollister. Pay close attention to what has been happening and what's going to continue to happen. And then I want you to ask yourself, how do we change that? What is the problem, and how do we alleviate that problem?
You support the majority.
Councilmember Lenore, please.
I never stood up here and said that I respected anybody's opinion. In fact, it was quite the opposite. And I'm proud to say that here on the dais, and anybody else that would like to speak to me about it. The feeling's mutual. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Lenore? Councilman Lenore, thank you. Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'll move resolution 2019-241, resolution City of Hollister approving a general release and severance agreement for Paul Eckert and authorizing the appropriation not to exceed $25,000 from the general fund.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion is second. All in favor?
Aye.
Against?
No.
Motion carries 3-2 vote. We'll take a 5-minute break. Thank you. Maybe 10.
I can't believe I had to be around a bunch of fucking lying, frickin' liars.
We're good? Okay, this time we're going to resume the meeting. We're moving on to item F2.
Good evening. This item is related to a request for a new position for the engineering division. The engineering division, excuse me, the engineering division has the primary responsibility to manage and provide administration of all engineering-related matters for the city of Hollister. Current staffing levels is insufficient to keep pace with workloads. Staff is requesting authorization to hire one associate engineer position to help manage the department workload and promote efficiency in the department. The associate engineer is a mid-level or mid-management engineering position that is distinguished from the assistant engineer position by the performance of a full range of engineering duties, including the more complex engineering tasks. The associate engineer position is needed to assist with the implementation and administration of field and office duties for traffic engineering, development, and construction management. Staff recommends that the City Council approve the request for the position. Total cost for the position is estimated at about $140,000 a year and would be distributed equally across various funds: water, sewer, stormwater, traffic, and general fund at about 20% per fund. It is also anticipated that the cost for the position will be offset by the reduction in professional engineering services cost. So staff has prepared the necessary resolution for council consideration.
Is there any questions, Councilmember Lenore?
I'm very happy with the funding. I always love to see it spread across enterprise funds and not impacting the general fund.
Yes.
All the way, so that's a good thing. Thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
Thank you. Question for, could you put your finance director's hat on for a moment?
Sure.
Thank you. Question for Ms. Finance Director Miller. How long will it take us to get our charge rate adjusted to make sure we absorb all of this when that person is doing their work for somebody's project?
I would have to probably come back with that estimate, sorry.
Yeah, but will it be reasonably
Yeah.
near when we hire the person?
Correct.
Oh, okay, that's all, I don't need
Yeah.
a date.
Sorry.
But I mean, we won't be in arrears right away.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Danny, with this new person, does this mean the Kimberly Horn would be doing less work and
Yes.
there would be more
Currently,
work coming out of the office?
Yes, exactly. Currently, we have two assistant engineers. They can do a certain level of engineering. Associate engineer is an EIT position, which is your first step in getting your professional license. They'll be able to do some of the heavy lifting and some of the more routine things that we have to send out to Kimberly Horn would be able to be handled in-house. And it would also make for a more efficient workflow through the office.
That was my next question. Is that going to help the process move along quicker?
Absolutely.
So you feel
We'll be able to turn things around a
much
lot
quicker?
faster.
Okay.
Yes.
So this would help in that
Yes,
aspect.
absolutely.
Okay. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-242, approving a fully funded associate engineer position in the Development Services Department Engineering Division.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to go to item F3.
Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Item F3 is a resolution requesting permission for us to apply to the Rural Recreation and Tourism Program through the state of California for an 80% grant, meaning this will require a 20% match of city funds to receive the 80%. Currently, we have at least 2 projects that qualify, both Fire Station Number 2 Park and Leatherback Park, and we're working, the final rules for the grant aren't written yet, but we're hoping also that Brigantino will qualify. So we're looking at up to $3 million in grant money and $600,000 in matching currently with those 2. But if Brigantino qualifies, $9 million in grant money and $900,000 in matching, assuming we win. It's a competitive grant.
The only question I have is as far as the Leatherback area being a park, I don't really see that. I mean, I think it's a good effort to try to get as much as we can to finish up some of the projects. But Leatherback, it has potential again for commercial or some other industry to be there, which we need. I don't see it as a choice location for a park. Now, we did talk about it being a location as far as a facility for maybe basketball, volleyball,
Yeah, that's
indoor,
what the plan is.
something like that. If that's what we're going after
Yeah.
still, then that does make sense. Okay. Just want to make sure we weren't talking just like a, yes, okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Councilmember Lenore?
Yes, thank you. The 20% match, is that a one-on-one or is there a park impact fee?
Park impact fees.
So it never will any of it come out of 101?
No.
So all the park impact fees on the 20% match, and we have
That's
enough
correct.
money to match that?
We do.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions?
Yeah, I have a question. I'm always interested whether we're competing with ourselves at the state level. So is this, since we're all going in for that and maybe the Brigantino thing, is that going to be all one big grant program, or are there going to be like large park grants and small park grants and middle park grants? You know what I'm talking about? In other words, when they consider you, are they going to consider different groups, or is this basically everybody's in the pot together? Do you know?
Everybody's in the pot together.
Yeah, they are, okay.
And we would be doing 3 separate applications.
Yeah, I understand that, but it's all one pot.
It's all one pot.
It's not a pot for like cities that have 40,000 people or in cities that have 50,000.
No,
you
it's
know.
we're competing against San Jose and
Yeah.
LA and everybody else.
Oh, we are, okay. Thank you very much. It's very
Any
interesting.
other questions, comments? Any speaker cards?
I have no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion?
I
I
move
make
that
the
we
motion.
adopt resolution number 2019-243.
I'll second that.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Carries.
And thank you for bringing the item forward, Mike.
We're gonna bring,
Love it.
move up to item F4.
I'm going to move this, the chief speak on this one.
Absolutely, I can. So another year of SNP bus we're really shooting for here. Great organization. They work really well with our employees, and it's been just a really good cooperative effort this last year. And I think it's really helped a lot of folks here in our community. I think it's a bargain at $30,000, and I recommend that you approve this MOU immediately.
This was an overwhelming success, so this really worked out well. Really glad everybody pulled together on this one. All right, Councilmember Resendez?
So it's been a year since we've had SNP bus?
Yeah.
It has been a year, yes.
All right, that was fast. My only suggestion would be to increase the length of the contract if we can do that. If they're open to that, I'd like to go for longer than a year.
We could, but let's get this one done first. I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah, I'm just concerned about them maybe increasing the price later or anything like that. So if we've already done it for a whole year, I would be very much in favor of extending it to like at least a 3-year contract if we possibly could, and if the council would be in favor of that.
This is the amount of time that SNP bus actually agreed to at this point.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richard?
Well, that was essentially my question. So what do we think this is? 30,000 for a year? That's what we're talking about?
Yeah, it's what it cost us last year.
Yeah, and is that kind of looking at what we did before, that's what you think it'll take for a year?
What's great about this one is it facilitates, every time they visit, 5 animals guaranteed from the shelter. And that's a big deal,
Oh, yeah.
actually, for us.
Oh, I think this is a great deal. Don't get me wrong. I
Yeah.
just wanted to get a concept, so if people ask me how long you think it's gonna last, I have some idea. Thank you. I think it's a great idea.
All right. Councilmember Lenore?
In answer to Councilmember Resendez's proposal, we always have control over the cost, whether it's 1 year or 3 years. So if they come next year and it's more than we want, then we let them know. But this is great. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker cards? Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept resolution number 2019-244, resolution of the City Council of the City of Hollister authorizing an appropriation in the amount of $30,000 from the general fund and authorizing the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with the SNP bus for spay and neuter services.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Move to item.
Thank you.
You're
Oh.
welcome, Chief.
Thank you.
Thank you, Snip Bus.
Love
F-
SNP bus.
F5.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Michael Gerzon. I serve as the Environmental Programs Manager for the city. Staff is seeking approval for a supplemental appropriation of $41,000 for the completion of a seismic, geological, and structural assessment of the Sally Flats Reservoir by On-Call Professional Services from Kimley Horn Inc. City has had in its water distribution system for about 40 years or so, the Sally Flats Reservoir. During that time, it's had repairs to its roof, retaining walls, and structural beams. Over the years, it's had significant dry rot within the structural beams, and it seems to be moving, sliding down the hill. So staff is looking at potentially taking this reservoir out of service, and this would be the first step in figuring that out.
Can we, if we take it out of service, how is that going to affect us as far as storage?
It would likely, if the report comes back that it's no longer functional as a reservoir, it would be replaced by potentially a steel tank, sort of like Park Hill tanks but smaller. And so this would be a
In that
potential solution.
location?
Correct.
Or- yeah. Okay. Okay. Any other question?
Just a comment, if I may.
Yes.
Talking to so many people in town, I'm very disappointed to find out that infrastructure doesn't last forever.
I wish.
We have many people who think it does. They paid to put the road in 1924, and they don't understand why it needs to be reworked. But I want to compliment everybody involved here, because fixing stuff just like around your house is really good.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's the way you keep your infrastructure up. Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any, Councilmember Resendez?
Just a quick suggestion, and I think I mentioned this to Mr. Chambliss before. Whenever we get an item like this, and you're saying what fund it's coming out of, can we just see what the balance of the fund is? I'd like to see that.
Sure. No, we can add that.
Thanks.
Okay. Any speaker cards? Okay. Is there a motion?
I move that we adopt resolution number 2019-245, approving a supplemental appropriation of $41,000 from Fund 620-300-101 water to the fund of 620-5035-730000 for the completion of a seismic, geological, and structural assessment of the Sally Flats Reservoir by On-Call Professional Services from Kimley Horn Incorporated.
I'll second it.
Okay. The motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, Michael.
Which one was that?
We're going to move to item F6.
Now we're on
Evening, Mayor, council members. What item 6 is it's the environmental component to the agreement that you passed a couple meetings ago, which was required because of the stipulated agreement with the water board over the improvements to the industrial wastewater treatment plant. So this is the environmental report component of it. It's a supplemental appropriation for $54,000 to get that complete. And I apologize, the fund balance on this stormwater fund's $4 million right now, right? Yeah, $4 million there, so.
And this is in regards again to the
Tomatoes.
industrial waste from the plant. Being that we're at this point, we're not understanding what's happening in the future years yet. Is this something we still need to be doing right now, or understand that what path we're taking?
Yeah, you signed an agreement, a court agreement with the water board that within 2 years, you're gonna have these improvements done. In order for us to do those improvements, this environmental exam of those improvements needs to be completed.
I guess what I'm asking is that if it doesn't continue through that plant, what are we?
If San Benito's Foods ceases to
Yes.
continue to operate, these improvements are still going to benefit the citizens of Hollister.
Through stormwater, is that what
For
we're talking about?
stormwater, that is
Okay.
correct.
Oh, good.
That's all I want to make sure of. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions?
So you said it's going to benefit, but is it required by the water board?
Well,
If they
what's
cease to
required
operate?
is either putting in a couple $1 million filter or doing what we're doing, which is a cheaper option.
Got it. Thanks.
And again, maybe you can explain that this will take the water into the ponds rather than directly out to the river.
That is correct, so that any trash that's in the water flow winds up
In the ponds.
in a receptacle where it can be captured rather than out in
In the river.
Viso or
And that's a state
Watsonville.
requirement.
That is correct.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
No, Mr. Mayor?
Is there a motion?
I'll
make a
move that we
motion.
adopt resolution number 2019-246.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We're going to move to item F7.
Oh, he's back.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Staff is seeking approval for a supplemental appropriation of $46,000 to be used for updating the following stormwater programs: Program Effectiveness Improvement Plan, Guidance Document, and Total Maximum Daily Waste Load Allocation Attainment Plan. Periodic updates are mandated per our small Phase 2 municipal stormwater sewer permit, and to Drinking Water Quality Order Number 2013-0001 DWQ to successfully mitigate negative impacts to our local watershed. As part of the City of Hollister Small Phase 2 Municipal Separate Stormwater Sewer System General Permit issued by the State of California, the city is required to mitigate negative impacts to our local watershed. To do so, they want us to create several different programs to define how we're going to do that. So this is working to update those programs because they haven't been updated in several years.
How often do we have to update these?
They're looking for, as far as the program effectives assessment improvement plan, that's every 5 years. And it's been, I think we're on year 7 now for that. So
How long, I'm sorry, didn't you?
5 years.
5 years.
They want to update it in your
Yeah.
guidance document around the same time. Now, these are supposed to be living programs, so you update them along the way. So we've been, trying several different projects to do this all at the same time, but unfortunately, sometimes don't keep up with these things. So this is to rectify that.
Okay. Okay, any other questions, comments?
I have a comment. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I want to say I was very impressed with the report that the Wallace Group, the same group, did on our water system. Unfortunately, when you saw what it cost to do some of the fixes they put in, we didn't quite have that much money. So I have high confidence in their ability to do this to satisfy state level. My problem is I'm not sure. I'm always afraid of what it's going to cost by the time they get through looking at it. So I don't know. Once again, you probably don't know right offhand, but maybe at some time you can give us a report of where the funds stand. Unless you know.
Are you talking about the balance of the funds?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can get back to you
Yeah,
on that. Yeah.
thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, any other questions? Is there any comments?
No, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Is there a motion?
I'll move that we adopt resolution number 2019-247.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion carries. We are now at 10 o'clock. Is there a consensus to continue on?
Yes, please.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. We move to item,
It's the Roscoe.
oh, that's it.
I
We already
believe
did
we're
that.
at
We're going
G.
to item G1.
G1. Mm-hmm.
G1 reports from
G1.
city council members.
Oh.
Councilmember Lenore.
Okay, remind me again, G1 is.
Councilmember committees.
Council member committees, there was no meeting for AAA area on Agency on Area Aging in November, and then also darn it, I had to miss AMBAG because we had the special closed session that I had to be at, so I can't report to you, but I'll be going to the next one as I really enjoy AMBAG, and that's all of my committees.
No, you're on
Oh,
that.
no, okay, there, so that one also, I'll report that the Committee for Downtown Revitalization Ad Hoc with, I sit on there with Marty Richmond. We are preparing to meet with staff probably several times. I made a request to Mr. Brian Swanson today, the Director of Development Services, to set up a weekly or bi-weekly time that's the same every day and every time, so that we could make our schedules accordingly, and then everybody will be available to meet. So I think our plan is to meet with staff first and probably merge into some, well, I'll just stop right there. That's what we're planning on doing, because we've got to talk about it more. But we did agree to meet with staff, and we'll see what Brian Swanson could set up for us. Thank you so much.
Good, thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
I have nothing to report. My one ad hoc, tobacco, we're still waiting on a data from Minnesota.
Put in the record.
And my other ad hoc, the one that I sit with you on the streets, we haven't met yet. So, and my other committee, AMBAG, not AMBAG, you're AMBAG, I'm MBARD. I actually meet with them on Wednesday, so that's it.
Okay, Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you very much. As far as the tax sharing agreement, we got to the point where we thought it was ready to go to the city attorney. I've sent the draft to the city attorney for either his approval or comments, and I'm hoping, against hope, to get it on the December 2nd agenda so we can all look at it and move on. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Resendez.
11/7, I met with the intergovernmental, library was there, the school was there. We talked about, again, I think the thing that I'm most interested in is getting some type of ordinance passed or supported where we can allow the schools to mitigate any potential problems with development, or just for them to be included. So that's what's mostly happening there. Vaping, as Councilmember Spencer said, Brett, if we can look into where we are with the ordinance. We're trying to get an ordinance or an example of an ordinance. We're pretty close to getting that resolution to bring it back to the city council. And then I had asked for both of these things last time before you were here. The sign ad hoc committee, I think we were very close to. So if you can check with Amber and Eva, I think, is on that so that we can bring something back to council to adopt. Thank you.
Okay. I have no reports. We're going to move to item G2, informational reports from City Council. Councilmember Lenore.
I have no informational reports tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Spencer.
I have nothing to report tonight.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Richmond.
Thank you. I had the pleasure of attending the Veterans Day breakfast at LULAC, which is always an enormous event. And representing the city, I presented certificates to Mr. Jim Gibson, Mr. Adam Mendola, and Mr. Ralph Marquez, who's from San Juan Bautista, on behalf of the, as being selected of honored veterans, on behalf of the people of the city of Hollister. The most moving part of the event is when they ask people to stand up and honor veterans in their families and friends and loved ones. It's very, very touching. Also, on behalf of the city of Hollister, I was honored to go to the Philanthropy Day dinner. There were 300 attendees or 300 some odd attendees at the Philanthropy Day dinner. It really is amazing. And Ms. Ortiz gave a wonderful speech about supporting our young people and what they've been doing and what they need. I was there, and they presented, represented an honor from the City Council to the Community Foundation and for Philanthropy Day. And I got to tell you, we have got a lot of problems because we only got 40,000 people. We don't got a lot of money, and money makes the thing go round. And I don't know how we would do it in San Benito County if we did not have all these organizations who donate money and donate, more importantly, their valuable personal time to doing all these programs to help people who are bedridden, who can't get a good meal, people who need some help for almost anything you can think of. Because we have a population that's big enough to have every problem you can think of, and they're handled mostly by these philanthropic organizations and organizations that volunteer from all sides of the coin to do it. So that's a wonderful, wonderful thing. In addition to that, I wanted to say I got a call out of the blue from an aide to our Senator Caballero, who said they want to come look at the library. After writing them all the letters about come look at the libraries, give us some money for a new library. So they're going to come December 15th, that's the current plan, and go tour the library. And I notified the county, I said, your library, take over. But it was something I didn't expect, and there it is. So I hope it comes through, and that's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Sendes?
Okay, on 11/6 in downtown Hollister, I attended the grand opening with the Chamber for Las Sabrosas. If you guys have not gone there, it's a little Mexican restaurant kind of next door to Johnny's and the tattoo shop. They're now serving brunch, and they've got a new menu, so you guys should go and check it out. On 11/15, I met with Michelle and Jennifer from the Chamber, and I think we're going to start looking into possibly getting together in the beginning of the year and see how we can start, I don't know, better supporting them, I would say. I guess I should have asked this to Danny, but I'm wondering if we can look into when the next meeting is for Central Avenue. I think that should be coming up soon, and I think that's all I have to report. Thank you.
I forgot something.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the San Benito County Business Council meeting, as I always do. I always attend those meetings. They're good. They're the movers and shakers of your community. They're the business people. They give us the update, and I track the progress on the economic development executive director. I believe they said they're very close to selecting that person. So I just wanted you to know that I do enjoy going to those meetings and staying connected to the business community. They're always so gracious to welcome me into their meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. I also attended the grand opening of La Sabrosa. Very good, and looking forward to many more lunches and dinners there with them. Also, again, I attended one of the band tournaments, our high school band in Union City, Logan High School, and it just, every time I go, I'm just more and more amazed by our high school and some of the other high schools that have 300 members plus. When you see that many people on a field, it's an amazing thing to see. They have one more competition in Fresno next week, if you all can make it, or at least give them your support. These kids are great, and sadly it'll be the last one. But I still have 3 more years of my son in high school, so I'll be good. Also, if we can get an update on the renaming of a park for Councilmember Scatini. I haven't heard anything lately, so I want to make sure we're staying on that. Okay.
Would you mind a friendly reminder on the general plan? I'm supposed to get a progress every year.
Yeah, the staff, they
I
told me
noticed
they
that was
found
missing.
some new people, or new
Next meeting?
agencies.
Okay. Thank you.
One more thing over here. Go ahead.
Sorry, everyone. I just wanted to make mention that I went out to Technova for the science fair. I forget the date, but it was phenomenal. They did a wonderful job engaging the public and the kids out there. So kudos to Technova, and thank you for providing that for our community.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move. I'm sorry. City Manager?
Yes, I'd like to advise the city council and the public that during the hours of 7 a.m. and 6 p.m. on November 21st and 22nd, to expect possible traffic congestion and delays at the intersection of North Street and San Felipe Road to facilitate the construction work for the grinding and asphalt pavement overlay at that intersection. Staff apologizes for any inconvenience and appreciates the public's understanding in this matter.
Thank you. Is that it?
That's it.
City Attorney?
No statement, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Chief?
Nothing.
City Clerk? All right, we're going to go to move to item G5.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the council. I am here tonight to introduce and I guess propose. We have an applicant that has come to staff and they've proposed a development agreement for cannabis facilities that is inconsistent with our cannabis ordinance. And they are here to give the city council a report on that, or a proposal. I will go ahead and ask that the city council provide direction to staff after they give their presentation. And the direction that that staff is requesting is that should we proceed with the agreement and bring it back for an action, or I guess keep working on whatever the city already has in place under the current cannabis ordinance. So I will turn it over to the developer.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Gary Coates here on behalf of the proposed project and the development agreements. Your staff has been extremely helpful. Maria, when Billy was here helping us, Abraham, Brian, all of the crew have been very helpful to take us through this process. It's a very new process. It's something that we're all trying to understand, get informed with, and move forward. I do want to propose at this point that we're really not looking to create a new fee schedule here. We're not trying to readjust or recreate the wheel in the process. We understand and we want to acknowledge the council's already recognized that one size does not fit all, that there is a tiered approach that was utilized on another project that we actually want to build on that process and incorporate that into our approvals. We recognize that there is a nexus, if you will, when you start looking at trying to provide police and services and municipal facilities, et cetera, for a large project. It's much easier to do that than it is to provide 10 or 20 smaller projects. And because of that, that makes the size a benefit to the community. It also then makes it a benefit that we can really have one or two larger type uses in certain situations that we can monitor easily. Staff can accommodate easily, and it's much better than having a bunch of different facilities. So what we're trying to look at is to literally use the tiered approach that you've addressed. We want to apply that to our project. We have a development agreement, as you know, as part of your cannabis ordinance that we must provide as part of our process, which is perfectly fine. We've done that. We're trying to finalize then the actual taxation and the fee, the cannabis fee schedule. So this evening, Mr. Patrick Orozco is here with me this evening, and Chris Orozco, both are here, who are the owners of the project and the proponents of the project. that can go into more detail for you as to what they're proposing, and hopefully we can answer questions for you when he's through with that presentation. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and members of the council. I'm Patrick Orozco, representing the Wright 13 and Briggs 17's Felipe 9 projects. In aggregate, these projects represent about 1.1 million square feet of new development within your city in the North Gateway area. These projects have the potential to create as many as 400 new jobs and bring in a long-term source of sustainable revenue to your city. By way of background, the company that my brother and I work in is a second-generation commercial real estate firm. It's been around since 1976. We've built projects from 5,000 square feet up to 1.2 million square feet. Our background is in big box shopping center development, and as we all know, that industry is going the wrong direction. And so as the tenant demand has shrunk, we have looked to new rent payers. And in 2016, we tipped our toe in the water, found a qualified cannabis operator that did not come to the industry from any historical background with allegiance to the culture of cannabis, but rather was an entrepreneur like ourselves. We vetted the opportunity and ultimately bought a facility of 250,000 square feet, which in and of itself is about 2.5 times larger than your largest operator here. That particular facility looked like a good deal, bought it. The ordinance was adopted, and all of a sudden we realized we were vulnerable because the ordinance that was adopted in County of Monterey was not competitive from a tax perspective. And so immediately upon that observation, we went a-looking. We looked at all 58 counties in the state of California, and within the time frame that we were looking, we ultimately found the city of Hollister in our backyard, who had been talking about adopting an ordinance that was at 47% of the next of Monterey County's tax rate, which to us communicated that the county or the city was planning on being competitive, that it recognized that gouging operators was not sustainable. And 2.5 years later, I'm here before you to bring a project forward that has gone through a full EIR with a tremendous amount of time and money spent. To date, we're about $600,000 into this investment. That's a sizable amount of money relative to cannabis investments. The reason we have decided to spend this money in your community is twofold. You have consistently supported job growth. Cannabis jobs are good jobs in that they pay more across the board. Entry-level jobs all the way to white-collar jobs tend to pay a percentage greater than the exact same skill set in a different industry because the industry is new and attracting talent. The project initially was conceived as 3 phases. We bought the property at different times, and ultimately over the last 2.5 years, all 3 phases have essentially caught up with each other. Our investment hypothesis and goals have also changed during that period of time. And before you, you've got the original plan for 2 of the 3 properties, what we refer to as the Wright 13 and the Briggs 17 project. 13 relates to 13 acres, Briggs relates to the 17 acres, which thank you very much. Humbly appreciate your support of the proposed annexation. Where initially we were looking to create a canvas of compatible operators that would work in tandem, the second page indicates what our current game plan is, which is to take the square footage that is proposed for the Wright 13 project and put it in one building. That building anticipates a Amazon distribution center, a Walmart distribution center sized buildings, a building that in itself would be on the order of magnitude of about twice as big as a Costco, which is about 160,000 square feet right now. This 350,000 square foot facility intends to accommodate what's considered a vertically integrated operator, which means that where initially we thought we might have multiple tenants that would each do one thing in separate buildings, manufacturing, extraction, distribution, indoor cultivation, with a large-scale cultivation in a greenhouse next door. What we have seen is that the most successful businesses that have the greatest staying power actually are targeting a compression of the cost of goods, namely to be most competitive across the spectrum of this business. And that's not an anomaly. This is normal industry. And our goal really is to bring you the closest likeness to a business that behaves as normal in a competitive fashion, that employs a lot of people, makes a very long-term commitment to your community, and puts us in a position to spend between $70 and $100 million on this particular project. That is a massive amount of money in the cannabis space. It's equivalent to what real estate investment trusts raise in order to go and buy a portfolio of properties, and we're proposing to spend it on one particular building. In order to do that, we need to perfect our original hypothesis, which was Hollister is where it's at. Hollister is in a position to prioritize economic development and compete with other opportunities for these businesses to locate. A business of this size is in as much demand as a Costco. And we all, from our experience in retail, understand what kind of backflips we have to do in order to get Costco's attention, let alone lure them to town. You obviously did a successful job with Target. There have been other examples where you've been able to attract hotels. Typically, in my former life or my other course of business, I would be looking for the city to subsidize a project of this magnitude. That involves CDBG grants, EDA grants, fee waivers. We've had properties bought down literally by cities through redevelopment agencies, or in the case of a project like the Costco in Sand City pledged the tax revenue from that Costco for 20 years in order to attract them. This is different, and I'm pleased that it's different because I don't have to ask for something that's really outside of the norm. I'm asking to give you effectively what will be twice what any other business will generate for your city. That does rely upon a tiered structure. The tiered structure that you've already endorsed in the large-scale subdivision around the airport actually set a pretty good precedent. Where we differ is that we're looking to make a substantial investment in the vertical construction versus a subdivision. And that's important because really when you think about it, all of your applicants to date, subject to seeing what happens with the glass factory and the subdivision north of the airport, have reshuffled the deck. They've taken existing inventory of commercial buildings and put new tenants in them. They haven't necessarily added new development to your community. It is much harder to add new development because it involves finding financing. Construction financing, bank lending, completely unavailable to this particular industry because it is federally illegal. We expect that will change, but right now we are beholden to prospective investors and spending our own money, including selling our 250,000 square foot facility in the county of Monterey and taking that money and investing it here. So we will be first at risk when it comes to this particular investment. And that means years of parlaying the proceeds from one project to the next, and basically a decade of growth in my own portfolio, together with my brother's success. So it is a major risk. Where we think that we stand a very good chance at succeeding is in adopting a structure that differentiates between this particular project, which will add more jobs and pay more in gross tax than any other operator, quite likely to include any single operator in the large subdivision, through a structure that essentially taxes occupied space by revenue producing portions of the business. So in effect, there's two things that adopt a slightly different approach than the approach that the city has taken in the past. Namely, it is relying on a tiered structure, and in our case, the projects that the buildings as proposed quite likely will be in the 900,000 square foot range, but the smallest of the building on the plan that we started with 2.5 years ago is still greater than 100,000 square feet, and so the two tiers in the prior approved plan were at 100,000 square feet, and it jumped up to 1 million square feet. So we're looking to those two tiers in order to bring our project forward, and believe that if we are armed with that that opportunity, we are in a position to approach among the top brands in the industry where if you were to Google cannabis companies' stock value today, the top 20 headlines would be cannabis bubble bursts, cash-strapped companies looking to survive. That's bad news for us. However, that is exactly what we anticipated. We anticipated when we started this project 2.5 years ago that there would be a consolidation of the industry, and that the businesses that were most well equipped to compete with extremely efficient, purpose-built buildings would be the survivors in this industry, and put us in a position as a landlord to defend our pledge to every city where we develop, which is to build a best-of-class project that stands the test of time and isn't a flash in the pan. So the tenant that we would be seeking is not the type of tenant that is going to come back to you with hat in hand and say, I'm sorry, I can't pay the tax this quarter. Are you going to revoke my license or allow me to maybe generate some money next quarter so that I can pay your tax because I'm in arrears? This is a fundamentally different value proposition, and one that essentially looks to a likeness of a Taylor Farms or a Bayer or a Hyatt, a very mature company with a tremendous amount of infrastructure and effectively a conservative business model. So, all that being said, we're extremely excited about this project. We think it is, at the time we thought it was forward-looking, and we're worried that the industry wouldn't catch up with some of these observations. But for better or worse, the headlines are actually proving the point that we knew would be the case, which is that the cannabis industry, lo and behold, is going to have to behave just like any other industry, which is that there is competition, and once there's an oversupply, everyone is going to flock to quality and competitive tax structure. To be as specific as possible, this project, in addition to the 400 jobs that we're looking at bringing into the city that are net new, will pay between $700 and $1 million a year in tax. That will make it the largest taxpayer in your community by a magnitude of at least 2. Substantially more impact than, say, the highly successful Target that you already have. So with that, I wanted to present the hot off the press current marketing plan and renderings that we've been sharing with prospective tenants. We are at the beginning of the marketing stage because obviously this particular issue is the number one most important issue that will control our fate and our ability to bring forward a project of this magnitude and risk this amount of money. I'd love to answer any questions you might have on the topic, and certainly would look forward to coming back on the 2nd with a more refined plan that has had a chance to field further discussions with staff.
Okay, any questions? Councilmember Lenore.
If you could help me, Patrick. Is this the right 13 and this is the Briggs 17?
That is correct.
What's this?
That's the Northwest Packing Company. It's part of the San Benito Tomato Company.
That's existing right there. Huh?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, and that's where Dazzle parks
You think
all
I
their.
know that? I lived here my whole
Yeah,
life.
it's okay.
I could remember
Yeah,
what
no,
that was
no.
right there. Okay, but you're doing these two properties.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. we're-
Okay, any other questions?
Can't do a negotiation here, so I'm not trying to in any way, shape, or form. I just want to know, did you have in mind doing a development agreement, or did you have in mind doing something else?
Yeah, thank you. That's actually another good point. One of the reasons why we prioritized Hollister is that the way you went about adopting your ordinance, you actually left, and we've vetted this with council, you have left open the opportunity to make specific agreements with specific projects that are not stuck in what is now a less competitive $7 a square foot. I left out the fact that during our ownership of this 250,000 square foot facility, Monterey went from 15 down to 5. So where initially you were at 47% of the next adjoining county, now you're at 135%. So your tax is substantially higher, but you have drafted the ordinance in a way that allows you to treat this type of development just the same way you do with shopping center developments. Obviously, subject to your staff's review and confirmation of quite a few details. We do have a proposed draft of the development agreement that has been submitted to Jason and Brett and Maria.
Okay, well, we had met, but I did talk to one of the gentlemen on the phone. That obviously we would have to look at that very closely before we're doing anything. And we're not negotiating here. I'm just saying it. I'm glad you told me that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, no, thank you.
So we're clear, we did have a conversation, not with you, but another large scale, and those fees are lower than what you're talking about.
The fees.
So, it was over 200,000 square foot. There was a different fee for that. So, are you proposing something different than what we worked through with the other developer?
So if I'm reading between the lines, the Wynn project, which is a large scale subdivision, is slightly different than our project in that your tiered structure is set up to aggregate all of the smaller operators so that they behave like a larger operator. We are not proposing numerous smaller operators. We are only proposing a large-scale operator. So it is somewhat different than that. I'll also highlight that whether it makes a difference to you or not, we don't make our money after we've sold a parcel. We make our money after we've built a building and the tenant pays rent for 10 years. That's about the time when we start breaking even. And, so the dependency on a long view of what is already happening with an industry that went through a gold rush, and now we're focused on making Levi's, because we want to be the landlord to the Levi manufacturer and not the folks that are panning for gold coming up short.
I think the numbers, we need to spend some time again talking about the numbers, because I don't think that's correct on the large scale. And with that property you're referring to, it did have it over a certain footage that lower fee was set at.
Yeah,
and I think that's where you would be from what I'm hearing from you.
I think so, yeah.
So
I think we're talking the same.
Yeah, I think we are, but I just want to make sure we're all clear on this, because I think it's already there is what I'm trying to tell you.
That is the confirming point, is that the council has already taken steps to create a tier structure. It just so happens that we fall within the middle of those 6 tiers. There's 6 where we hit tier 3 and tier 4 as previously contemplated in the other gentleman's project.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
I do, but one is Gary Coates and one is Patrick Orozco, so I probably should have limited you guys to 3 minutes now that I think about it.
Uh-oh.
And the other one is Steve Becerra.
Thank you.
Well, good evening. Earlier today, we heard a couple of very compassionate presentations about our homeless and about what they need, which is money. And we heard a very detailed presentation from Novak about our police department. And we have a wonderful police department, 2019 professional organization. But a quick story. In January of 1980, I came here to Hollister and became a police officer. And in January of 83, I was recruited away to the city of Gilroy because of one thing, because of a competitive salary. And with that competitive salary, in February 1st of 1983, I brought home $1,000 more in my paycheck. And I stayed in the city of Gilroy for 18 years and had a successful career there because of competitive salary. Now back to this topic. Here we go again. I'm sure that the Orozcos, they have a fantastic pedigree, quality education from Stanford University, but I would caution you all to move slowly, to take a close look at what they're proposing, because you have an obligation to this city to provide a sustainable and real tax base and income, because we have a number of things that we need to pay for. We can't give it away anymore. 2.5 years ago, when we went through the same process, we came up with an ordinance. It's a good ordinance. We have some quality players. I don't think it's fair to them to now have someone else renegotiate. I don't know. But I would say move slowly. I would encourage the Orozco brothers to engage the community and not make the fatal flaw that other organizations and industry people that came in here that didn't do that. I think the community wants to be engaged. They want to have transparent conversations, and they want to put real dollars in this community, because we really do need it. We can't afford to go backwards with any of these kind of projects. And I'm hoping that if it works out, that the Orozco brothers will be good quality partners for this city. But let's make sure we take our time and work through it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I have no more speaker cards,
All right,
Mr. Mayor.
well, thank you all for your presentation. We're going to move to G6.
Thank you for your patience.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Sitting back for a while. My name is Sal Duran, and I'm the current chair for the Public Art Review Committee. Now, I'm here this evening along with two other members of the Public Art Committee to present our annual progress report. I'd like to start our report with a brief overview. In May of 2016, Hollister City Council passed and adopted Resolution 2016-59, establishing the City of Hollister Public Art Review Committee, also referred to as PARC. The resolution designates the San Bernardino County Arts Council as the city's primary administrative partner for PARC, overseeing the development, installation, and administration of public art throughout the City of Hollister. The Public Arts Review Committee was established to promote art in public places that reflects the city's diverse social and cultural perspectives. PARC is a 7-member committee consisting of 2 city members, 1 youth commissioner, 3 art council members, and 1 Hollister Downtown Association member. We meet here at 8 a.m. every 4th Friday of the month right here in City Hall. At this time, I'd like to bring up Public Art Review Committee member and San Benito County Arts Council Executive Director, Jennifer Lane, to present our recent projects and budgets.
What was your name again, sir?
Sal Duran.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. As part of our annual report, I'd just like to bring you up to date on where we started and where we are at as of today. So before the Public Art Review Committee was founded, we had worked on the San Benito County Arts Council had worked on a couple of public art projects. The first was the first phase of the utility box mural project. Another mural project was the Fremont Memorial Tunnel on the 4th Street underpass. And through this process, we realized there actually is really no review administrative process for public art for the city of Hollister, and thus the public art policy was born in 2016. Since then, we've worked on a few different projects. Basically, we put, for the various projects, we find the funding, put out a call for proposals, and that's the Public Art Review Committee's task, is to go through the RFQ process and adjudicate the applications. So the first one we worked on was the second phase of the utility box mural project that I believe was in 2016. We also worked on the Veterans mural on the East Street side of the Vets Memorial Building. That was created by Philip Ray Orabuena. The most recent project was the Art Bench project at Dunn Park. This was funded from a grant that the Arts Council received from the California Arts Council. And here you can see, this was last spring, members of the Public Art Committee surveying Dunn Park, looking for the site locations for the 4 art benches that we commissioned as part of that project. 2 of them were commissioned from an artist, Colin Selig, based out of Walnut Creek. There's the fault line bench in blue, and there's the wave bench in orange that were installed in June 2019. We also, as part of that project, worked on commissioned the wave bench. There's the artist there, Randy Koloski. He's based in Oakland, and he did a wave bench out of white concrete. And also the baseball benches by Nancy Lovendahl. She's based in Colorado. So those were the 3 artists commissioned to do 4 benches that came through the Public Art Review Committee. We also, a very small project, ran the RFQ for this emblem design process for McCarthy Park. So rather than just kind of put out something generic, an artist created this design that I think was laser cut here by Mike Chambliss and his team. And so it just personalizes the park, gives it meaning, and was created by an artist, Roy Dar, I believe, who's based in Gilroy and part-time in Hollister. So what we're looking for with these proposals are artist qualifications, the budget, who's paying for it, does it pay for itself, site, community engagement's a big part of this with the Art Bench project. Is that me? No. Yeah, with the Art Bench project, for example, we conducted neighborhood meetings. That's actually how we came up with the idea that they wanted the art to be functional, something that you can sit on and interact with, and basic things like make sure there's a maintenance plan, what's the feasibility, and that kind of thing. So to date, in the last 4 years, this is the funding that has gone towards public art in the city of Hollister. It's primarily come from Arts Council grants that we have applied for and received from the California Arts Council, and also through private sponsorship. So we've invested a little over $52,000 in public art funding in the last 4 years, and this does not include any of our overhead or administrative costs. So that's all on top of that. Administering the Public Art Committee, doing the RFQs, working on artist contracts has been very lengthy and a very involved process. There's a lot of really meaty issues such as copyright and liability. The city of Hollister has matched some of that funding, so they put up the initial $4,000 for that first phase of the utility boxes. That was before the Public Art Review Committee was founded. We put in there, there was an appropriation last spring of $30,000 for the Dunn Park project that didn't go towards public art but went towards park improvements, which was a match for the grant that we received from the California Arts Council. So this funding went to the new ping pong tables, the cornholes, picnic tables, and that kind of thing. And then the city also put up $1,000 for the McCarthy emblem design.
Jennifer, the $30,000, again, that came from the city for the ping pong table and whatnot?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that did not go through the Arts Council, so that was purchased directly by the city, from the city. Yeah. So now I would like to turn it over to our another park member, David Huboy, who will talk about a little what we learned and what we would like to recommend to City Council.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the City Council. My name is David Huboy, and thank you, Jennifer, and for the presentation, and thank you, City Council, for the support you have given us bringing forward these public art projects for our community. Let us consider the next steps that encompass a broader vision and scale, that is to develop a public arts master plan. You may ask yourself, what are the benefits of a public arts master plan, and what is the return in our investment? Well, I'm excited to say that many cities, California cities, have benefited from a public arts master plan, and many California cities do have master plan in effect. Palo Alto, Salinas, San Luis Obispo, San Diego, and Santa Rosa. And it benefits cities in the following ways. Number one, it is a vision and action plan for strengthening and nurturing art and cultural assets across all facets of local government to creatively advance broader objectives in areas of economic prosperity, social equity, the environment, and cultural vitality. It begins by defining objectives and conducting a community visioning and goal-setting process. Specifically, the Public Arts Master Plan, as part of the city's general plan, strengthens partnerships with the City of Hollister, Gavilan College, San Benito High School, San Benito Arts Council, the Youth Alliance, Hollister School District, and others to promote art and culture within our urban context. The plan explores ways we can foster and nurture a stronger identity and bring in and embrace creative industries to generate revenue and economic opportunity. It identifies spaces, people, and neighborhoods currently not served by public art, and generates greater community engagement and social cohesion. It considers avenues to revitalize downtown through creative use options for vacant buildings and sites. It entertains ways Hollister can become more active and vibrant with destination development and possibility of a cultural arts district that welcomes not only art, but performing arts as well. The possibility, for example, we talked about the old Leatherback site. What about artist studio environments? What about entertainment venues? What about recreation? What about performing arts? There's all possibilities there. A public arts master plan outlines ways our city can create sustainable funding sources and mechanisms through grants, and also it can explore potential assets from large development and capital improvement projects. As we engage in updating our general plan and consider avenues to improve our overall blueprint for future growth, the time is right to ensure that arts and culture are embedded in our city's growth and development. The time is right to embrace a vision of Hollister as a place of destination. I'm not talking about making things pretty. I'm talking about strengthening our character as a city of distinction, a place of distinction, a place a cut above where visitors, tourists, citizens, and families can celebrate how uplifting the experience of public art can be. Let us work together and go bold, consider participation in this timely opportunity. help us with a one-time fund to enable us to hire a consultant to move this forward. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your support, and thank you for your participation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks,
All right,
David.
any
You're welcome.
Any questions?
Mr. Ugoy, I wonder if I could ask you a question.
Vice Mayor Richmond?
Thank you.
Yes.
Have you folks, it's actually for everyone, have you folks thought through how we might go about encouraging private investors who come here, well, we had one here just a few minutes ago, and often come here and, you know, they're interested in making an investment because they want to make some money? That's fine. I have no problem with that.
Right.
This is a capitalistic society we live in.
Uh-huh.
Have we thought about ways to get our private investors to put some money up for the public arts?
Yeah, I'd be happy to address that.
Thank you very much.
So many cities have, and Roland will know this, a percent for public art. So there are different ways that you can do it, but basically it's a small impact fee. It's anywhere from 0.3 up to 1.5 up to 2% on private development or public development. So some cities will do both. Sometimes they'll have different fee structures. Other times they'll just leverage it on private development. But with all the development happening in the city of Hollister, it's really a missed opportunity to generate funding for art for the city. Now, the city of Salinas, they about a year ago passed a percent for public art, and they are now hiring a consultant to do a public art master plan. And I spoke with the administrator there, and we were chatting on the phone, and really we're ahead in some ways because we have kind of the administrative structure. We're moving forward, hopefully, with a planning process, and part of that planning process could include, a feasibility study or the recommendations that the city Hollister adopt some kind of percent for public art. But the public art that you see in the city of San Jose, any major metropolitan areas, but also smaller cities comparable to Hollister, like Salinas, San Luis Obispo, have these funding mechanisms through a percent for public art. And I think from the developer's perspective, it's not a negative. I've spoken with a lot of artists that work with developers that love putting part of their funding into public art. Many times they're part of the process of selecting the artwork. Other times it goes into a city fund, and then that funds the artwork in that new development.
So the Salinas did it by adopting the percentage first, and then went out and said, let's put in the master plan. Right. You may not be prepared for this question. Do you think that's the right order to do it, or do you think flip it the other way around? Do you do the master plan and then worry about the percentage?
Honestly, cities have done it both ways. So we could look at a master plan to identify opportunities, neighborhoods, communities, identities, all these things that we would like to reflect. And then with that document, that's something that we have to present to the public. That's our argument for why, we need the funding mechanism, or to present to city council, why we need to fund this. It really can go either way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what's the approximate cost for a consultant to prepare a parks public art master plan?
Yeah, so
Give or take.
so the city of Salinas, they their budget is $56,500. They're working with a consultant based out of San Luis Obispo, RMM Consulting. I spoke with another public art consultant. Barbara Goldstein. She's very well known nationally. She was the public art administrator for Seattle and also for the city of San Jose. She's a consultant now just based up in San Jose, and her plans generally run between $25,000 and $75,000. So I think Salinas is right on the ball, right there in the middle.
Our size isn't as big as Salinas, so.
Right.
It wouldn't be
So
such a large planning area.
yeah, and I think it kind of depends to what you're asking the consultant to do. Obviously, the bigger the budget,
Services.
right.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Resendez?
Probably just some comments, I guess. Honestly, I feel like, in 2014, in case you guys don't know, we started the utility box mural project. And I felt then that we were kind of behind on the times, and there wasn't really any real way of getting to the government and having them, or anybody, for artists in particular, to have a path to get their projects supported and implemented in the city. So I still think that we have a lot of work to do, and I still think that I'm not necessarily sure if we need to do this right away, like Vice Mayor is saying. I've always talked to you about, and I've always thought that we need to start generating some revenue for the committee so that we can start allocating projects and getting more public art up. And that might even be something that I think we should focus on first. Maybe, maybe not. Anyhow, the point is, I'm totally invested. It's been a long time coming. I want to support you guys, and I want to work with you as much as I can. We did adopt a public art ad hoc committee. There's a meeting tomorrow at 4 o'clock here. I'm not sure if you guys were invited to that or not, but I asked Daisy to make sure that you were invited. So it's from 4 to 5, and I'd love to see 1, 2, all 3 of you guys, and then that would probably be the most appropriate place for us to start talking about this and then bring it back to the city council. But I've got lots of ideas too, as far as like what other cities are doing so that we can see a lot more public art here. Thank you.
Yeah, I would invite you as well to our regular meetings there at 8 a.m. the fourth Friday of the month here at City Hall. We've been meeting, for over 3 years now, and there are some things, if the Prop 68 funding, I think, comes through, that public art was written into a couple of those proposals. So I think there's definitely, if the city's able to generate some funding through grants and that kind of thing, there's definitely a way to fund it. The challenge with that is, or not the challenge, the opportunity really is how to generate a sustainable source of funding so that Hollister can really identify itself with, arts and culture and have a way to reflect its distinct identity and history on an ongoing basis and not through one-time projects.
That's a great point as well. Most cities have an arts and culture commission, not necessarily a public art review committee. So I think we're short selling ourselves there, and we need to expand upon that. So I'd love to sit down and talk to you about it. Unfortunately, I can't make the Friday meetings because they're in the morning and I work. So hopefully you guys will be here tomorrow. And if not, then we can reach out another time. Thank you.
The fourth Friday, would that be the day after Thanksgiving?
In theory, yes.
Yeah. In theory, yes. I can be there.
That's gonna be rescheduled.
You think?
Just kidding.
Do we have any speaker cards? Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your patience.
Move to item G7.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. Our department prepared its annual report. At least we try to make an annual. There's electronic copies in your packet. I have hard copies I can pass out later. I apologize, I got here late. So as you go, actually, Christine, do I have a, thanks. It's way past my bedtime. So basically, reminder, our division covers parks, playgrounds, making sandbags, sound walls, sidewalks, street trees, pavements, street signs, street markings, community events, and that's just the Parks, Streets, and Buildings division. Some of the major projects we did was we built the garage for Fire Station number 3 at the airport. We totally redid the restaurant at the airport and have a very successful business in there now. We did a little landscaping exercise on San Felipe Road where we put in a split rail fence down by Dassel's. Stopped a bunch of illegal U-turns that were happening that were a traffic hazard. Calaveras Park got its new playground. Oop, I hit the wrong button.
Mike, when did that new playground go in? Sorry.
It, in the last 16 months or so, I'd say. Our utilities division, they handle the water, stormwater, and sewer water. They've had to do several major repairs that you're well aware of out on San Benito Street, in addition to handling the normal day-to-day operations of the water business, from new service requests to shutting down people that aren't paying their bills, to fixing leaks, to replacing the meters when they get too old. Major projects that they did was they actually totally rebuilt the distribution manifold in the industrial wastewater treatment plant last year, so that we had less of an opportunity to have an odor issue this year when it was operating. I believe we survived this season without an odor issue. I attribute a lot of that to the work that the guys did out there in the ponds, getting that so it went into the ponds over the entire pond, not just in one spot. Our fleet management division, they're responsible for taking care of all the vehicles. They have done everything to rebuild a fire truck after its frame got broken after going over speed bumps, to rescuing our tractor out there after the wheel fell off. The three guys that work in that shop are always busy. They keep us going. They keep everything in pretty good shape, especially considering the resources I have. And then we have the airport. As you know, 4th of July, we did the open house out there with the fireworks. Chief got that picture. It's printed without his permission, but I'm sure he's good with it.
That's cool.
We take care of the airport facility completely, lighting, hangars, pavement. We just had to do some emergency paving out there the other day because one of the aircraft had made some depressions in the taxiway as it was traveling down the old part of the taxiway. There are currently 4 staff full-time assigned to the airport that make all that happen. And then also responsible for risk management. We are handling ICS training, which is emergency training for our staff. We work on workplace safety training. We have OSHA compliance. And then we also handle all the city's hazardous materials, business plans, and other things. We took a picture the other day of our department with a drone out at Brigantino Park.
Love it.
And then, of course, this year, our big project was McCarthy Park, and got that up and running. So currently, everybody's out working on the dog park.
Okay, thank you.
What's your approximate head count at this time? Approximate?
About 50.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
When are you anticipating the dog park to be completed?
Summer.
How come there's, you have the managers, why is it that the Park Street and Building is supervisor when these along the line they're managers? Utility manager, environmental manager, fleet maintenance manager?
Don't know. That was done long before I got there.
All right. I'd like to talk more with you about that.
No problem.
Thank you.
Well, I think I do want to make a comment that I think you guys do a hell of a job.
Thank you.
I mean, because when something breaks, you got to be there to fix it. And you know, I was out there as an observer only. I didn't do any work at all. When the water main break down there on San Benito Street, and watched them slugging their way through the mud to try and get that thing fixed, and all the things they had to do it. I thought it was interesting, and I also was very proud of them, watching them work very professionally, safely, professionally. Thank you.
There's so many new ones now. You should have seen the old guard doing those. Of course I see them all because I live there, but they just do it all. Thank you so much for everything you guys do.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you, Mike.
We'll move on. There's no speaker cards. We'll move on to G8.
Downtown lighting. As you can see, San Benito Street, the tree lights are up. 10 power pedestals have been installed downtown. Another 10 are on order. They're coming from Iowa or Ohio. Sorry, in the middle there somewhere.
That's in lieu of the underneath plug-in thing?
That is in lieu of the underneath plug-in thing that does not meet code. So when those 10 arrive, we'll get a total of 20 power pedestals, which would be a total of 80 outlets just on San Benito Street. All the waterproof connections are made. Tree tags are in order to number the trees so that if there's an issue with the lighting, somebody can say it's tree number 5. We do have a few of the trees that have probably a little voltage issue, which is why the lights are changing from clear to yellow.
They're yellow. Some
But
of them
we're in the process of getting that straightened out. I'm kind of waiting on the tree tags so I can make sure that that gets handled. But we do need direction on the remainder of the streets, the cross streets and power. So we have those outlets in the wet under those grates that don't meet code that need to be solved. So we can either eliminate them and then seal up those boxes so that no water can get in there, or if you would like, I can bring a proposal for more power pedestals on the side streets so that you have access to those outlets. For the rally, we normally use generators. We installed the grounding rods in the street, and they use the generators because those outlets aren't powerful enough to provide all the power that they need. So I'm not entirely sure or convinced that we need those power pedestals on the side streets.
Yeah, and I would agree with you, Mike. I think if anything, looking at putting a pedestal, meter pedestal there that has power for large events, like we have right there on San Benito and 5th.
You plug the
have one
spider
or two.
boxes into?
You can plug the spider boxes into those. If you strategically find a location on each side of a street, I think that's a better move than it is to be just adding outlets. It can't carry the load, as you know. So it defeats what we're trying to do.
Can we get a proposal brought back to us showing both options and what the costs would be? And then can you reach out to your light guy and see what the cost would be to expand the lights to those side streets as well?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. I was gonna bring that up. I had a gentleman call me and.
So did I.
to look, yeah, just to see what we can do. You know, we did light the trees up a year or two with the HDA on the side streets. You know, we should give them every consideration we can. It's not just about San Benito Street downtown. So thank you, Roland. I would be interested in knowing how much it would cost to maintain some power there.
Yeah, I agree with everybody. The right answer might be a couple of spider boxes like you pointed out, and maybe 1 or 2 places with a pedestal or whatever, some combination. Maybe no pedestals at all, whatever works best. Yeah.
That way you get rid of the generators once and for all, and
Yeah.
it'll help for large events.
Okay.
So.
We are still waiting on the tamper-proof outlet boxes. There are outlet boxes destroyed throughout downtown. So I ordered a new type of outlet box, which is designed for mental hospitals, actually. They're stainless, heavy gauge stainless steel, and supposedly they're tamper-proof. So we're going to try those because the plastic ones get shattered.
The there's several other Christie boxes in the sidewalk that are broken. The covers are broken.
Those all belong to PG&E.
Right.
We have decided to take it upon ourselves in our budget to have McKinnon make wooden covers for them, so that we can plug them because PG&E's not coming out when we call them.
I wouldn't do that. I mean, we can find those covers. Don't do that, please. That won't work. If you need to find those covers, I can give you a contact to get those, but you don't want to do that. It'd be a much cheaper option, and it'll be done right. I'll talk to you about it later.
It's PG&E's.
I agree, though. It sounds like we might be opening ourselves up for liability, Mike.
I know where to go. Okay. Anything else, guys? No? All right. HIJ.
I have a recommendation that we adjourn in honor of Thanksgiving or autumn celebration, whatever it's called. Any any combination of which.
Okay.
We have this.
H-I-J and K, there's no business. So you want to adjourn in
Please,
honor of
whatever
Thanksgiving?
is the proper terminology right now. I still call it Thanksgiving because I'm an old guy. And I love Thanksgiving, so I didn't say Happy Thanksgiving.
Well,
everybody.
is that a motion then?
Please.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. What is the new name for that? I don't even know. Is that what it is? Festive? It's like, thank you. Good to see you.
Always. You're tired.